Tuesday, March 2nd, 2021 meeting of the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission. This meeting is being held electronically to protect public health and safety due to the COVID-19 virus and to comply with orders issued by the governor, the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, and/or the Washtenaw County Health Department. We intend to conduct this meeting similarly to an in-person meeting. However, please be patient if there are technical difficulties. Public comment may be made via telephone only. To speak during any of the public comment opportunities, please call 877-853-5247 or any of the other numbers that is published on the agenda and enter meeting ID 929-1620-2435. This information is available on the published agenda. It's in the public notices section of the city website and on the broadcast of this meeting on CTN channel 16, AT&T channel 99, and online at a2gov.org/watchctn, where you can select the government channel. The item number 2 on the agenda is a roll call. Mr. Leonard.
Commissioner Mills.
Here.
Commissioner Milstein. Here. Commissioner Gibb-Randall.
Here.
Commissioner Sauvé.
Here.
Commissioner Abrams.
Here.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Here.
Commissioner Dish.
Here.
Commissioner Lee.
Here.
Commissioner Clark.
Here.
Full commission and quorum.
Excellent. Item number 3 is introductions. I don't think we have any.
Nope.
Excellent. So we'll move on to item number 4, which is the approval of the agenda. May I have a commissioner move the agenda? Moved by Commissioner Sauvé, seconded by Commissioner Lee. Any discussion of the agenda? All in favor of the motion, please say aye or raise your hand. That is aye. That is everybody. So the motion carries. Item number 5 is the minutes of the previous meeting, which were emailed to us earlier. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the February 18th, 2021 meeting, moved by Commissioner Dish, seconded by Commissioner Milstein. Any discussion or corrections to the minutes? Seeing no one, all in favor of the minutes, please raise your hand or say yes or aye, whatever floats your boat. That is everyone, so the motion carries. Item number 6 are the reports from city administration and council and planning commissioner officers, as well as this is the place where all of the written communications live. There are many packets that have been received and added onto the website and also emailed to us today. So I was just catching up right before this. I'm sure you are too. First up, in terms of the reports, Councilmember Dish, do you have a report for us? Commissioner Dish, sorry.
What did council do last night? We took a while. There were some township annexations that we approved, as you would imagine. Mr. Leonard, remind me, what were the highlights?
Sure. I would suggest that there were 3 actions that the Planning Commission had been involved with previously. All were first reading of zonings from annexed properties. One was 2511 Newport, which was property owner initiated. And then 2 that were city initiated rezonings resulting from, one was a donation of open space that was originally part of the Woodbury Club Apartments, then Annex Apartments, now Owl Creek Apartments on Nixon Road. That was part of that site plan. Some open space was donated to the city. The proposed action was first reading to rezone that public land and a purchase of land to add to the Oakwoods nature area that was purchased by city parks in partnership with Washtenaw County. So all those actions. And then there was also discussion, and I wasn't at the meeting, I don't know if Councilmember Dish would like to add anything. There was also discussion of a resolution regarding 2857 Packard Road, I believe, potentially directing city staff to consider some alternative options moving forward on that property.
Yes, there was a discussion merely of exploring whether it is even possible for us to reopen the consent judgment and consider an alternative site plan. As you all know, the owner of the property can work with any alternative. The original developer seems to have decided not to develop. And so it's open for that property owner to work with any other developer on the approved site plan. But the question, we have some thoughts about the possibility of a different site plan. And the question is whether that is possible to do. And if that's possible to do, then we're authorizing staff to proceed with those kinds of conversations that you have. There is no plan as yet. So this is a very preliminary, please look into the possibility of opening the possibility of conversations.
And this, for people who don't know the address, this is the site, this is the project that is like by Easy Street, because that sticks in my mind. Not with all of the Burr Oaks, right? So there's a site plan that was approved. They've got 3 years to build it. That's how the normal site plans work. Is that?
Yeah, it was, they actually the site plan wasn't approved by the city. However, it was approved by consent judgment between the city and the property owner. It has, that's a good question. I guess I don't know if it has any different effect based on that of the 3-year time period. I would have to follow up on that, but certainly probably at least that time frame.
But that's the normal kind of way,
Yeah.
Just for people. We see them on the one side, but not necessarily hear about them later. So great. Mr. Leonard, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, just a couple items. Normally we don't keep you apprised, but given the size of the project, recently we received word from the state that the annexation portion of the Valhalla proposed development has now been approved. That was the first step. You will recall that it included annexation, rezoning request, and a site plan. Essentially, now that that action has taken place, that opens the door for the zoning and site plan to continue on to City Council. So that will be coming, I would anticipate, in the next month or two, generally. And then just programming for the upcoming working session next week. I anticipate continuing our conversation about proposed UDC amendments, specifically around transit zoning and site plan review thresholds with the full commission at that working session.
Very good. Thank you. Are there any other commissioner officers or committee liaisons that have anything to report? Commissioner Gibrandel?
Yeah, with the Environmental Commission, when I brought up the transit-oriented zoning, some feedback that I got from them was, why are we only sticking with South State and Eisenhower? So I told them that I would pass that along. I would say in a subsequent conversation that I had with a developer that I've worked with before, thought that Washtenaw would be the sort of easy next place to go because of the amount of retail that's there if we really want to have mixed use, and because it's already such an established retail corridor. So I thought that was kind of interesting feedback to get to, because I know there are a couple of different options on the table in terms of other corridors. So I wanted to bring that back from the commission, and I thought it would be interesting to just hear somebody who puts these things in the ground and does all the pro formas and things like that, that's what he thought would be kind of the next low-hanging fruit. So I realized with the residential next door and things like that, it makes it a little less straightforward than some of the South State and Eisenhower areas, but there's a lot of other things that are going for that area too in terms of retail. So that's it.
Very good. Anyone else? I'll just report out that the Ordinance Revisions Committee did meet last week. We talked about, most of the time was spent on the 2 items that are before us today. But we also, staff kind of shared some updates on the site plan review thresholds. There's a nice table to help us understand kind of how things currently work. And I think will help our discussion about what might move down to lower levels of review. And then we also talked about transit zoning, and one of there's a staff had an initial draft or a subsequent draft to share with us. And one of the things back on the table was what corridors. So that is something that ORC discussed, and I imagine that will be part of our working session next week. So those who may be watching us or are following these issues and want to tune in, that's one that is not televised. So you'll call into that, but I'm on the website, our agenda will be posted, and you'll be able to get that information for how to dial in and listen in and make any comments that you'd like to the working session through the city's website. No one else has communications. Okay, we're on to item number 7. This is public comment opportunity. It's an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about an issue that is not listed as a public hearing on this agenda. So we do have a dedicated public hearing on the proposed short-term rental amendments, and we have a separate dedicated public hearing on the proposed accessory dwelling unit amendments. So this is not the time to talk about those things. If you wish to address the Planning Commission on any other matter, now is the appropriate time. To comment on those other matters, you can call 877-853-5247, and then the meeting ID is 929-1620-2435. City staff will select callers who have digitally raised their hand. You do that by pressing *9 on your phone. You'll get an automated message that you're being able to speak. Please move to a quiet area and mute any background sounds so that we can hear you clearly. Please also state your name and address for the record. Looks like we do have some callers on the line and one with their hands up. Again, this is the opportunity if you have anything matters to address before Planning Commission, but not the time to talk about short-term rentals or accessory dwelling units.
Caller with the phone number ending with the numbers 411. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard. This is, commissioners, this is James Demore, and I live at 2771 Maplewood Avenue, Ann Arbor, 48104, not far from the 2857 Packard Road site that was discussed by Commissioner Dish a moment ago. Just a brief errata slightly in terms of what was discussed here just now. There isn't a formal site plan being discussed in terms of discussions per se, in terms of looking at the consent judgment. But I want to make it clear that there is a conceptual site plan out there that has been discussed by a very prominent progressive developer, and architectural designs concepts have been put together, and has been a subject of great interest within the community, certainly by the neighborhood. And I think this is part of the impetus for this change. And it would certainly, if it does go forward, it would protect the natural features, the trees that that the city tried to protect in terms of the process, and subsequently didn't happen with a consent judgment. But just to make that out there. The main reason why I wanted to speak to you tonight is that I'm not going to speak on the 2 particular proposals per se, but I speak to you as a former planning commissioner. What you have before you are changes to the zoning code that would have impacts on the natural environment and natural systems, and impacts on affordable housing. I'm not saying these changes are good or bad. I think there's some things that are promised within them, but they are rather sweeping. And this is something that required better notice. I think this is something that affects the entire city. I think the city should have been noticed better than what was necessarily given here in this fairly short order. I realize the Ordinance Revision Committee is working under some direction and trying to move quickly, but this is something that needs to have maybe a greater I think, notice in terms of what's going to happen. I also think these changes are important enough that they really need to be folded into the entire master plan revision process, and which is a whole community-wide effort. And I think these are things that shouldn't be done piecemeal. And I realize there are pressures to move ahead with these things, but it's really important that they put into the formal process in and of itself. Lastly, with regards to Ordinance Revision Committee, I've spoken to you before. I've spoken to you before on this matter. I really think that you are all very qualified people here, and planning staff is very qualified. But something as sweeping as a staff recommendation, even on these zoning changes, is something that should be, the pros and cons should be stated, but the staff recommendation should not something unelected. Planning staff should not be doing that. It should come from the commissioners themselves. And I would ask that the ORC review the ordinance that requires a staff recommendation. This needs to be removed. I think it has some legal implications in terms of looking at the site plan process.
Thank you.
And with that, thank you for considering my remarks.
Thank you very much.
Caller with the phone number ending with 534. Caller with the phone number ending with 534. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Good evening. This is Tom Stolberg calling from Lower Town. First thing I'd like to talk about would be the Weber property, the one on Packard Road. The underlying zoning there, part of the consent judgment, is R1E, and we only have a couple R1Es around town, and they don't seem to be working the way we maybe had hoped they would. And I and others have been requesting for some time that the Planning Commission, and maybe you need council direction in order to do this, so R1E needs to be looked at. It's problematic, and I'll let you take that from there. Tonight we're going to talk about some things. I intend to speak at some public hearings tonight. But they really raise some process and public policy issues. So I want to talk about, how we get ourselves into trouble with process and public policy issues. And specifically, I'll go back to Lower Town as an example. There's a whole lot of things wrong with Lower Town. But let me focus on something specific here. It would be the master plan review issue of it. We have a developer who wanted to develop a residential development, but the problem was it was master plan for a mixed-use urban village. So what we should have done, instead of entertaining a application for a 100% residential project, 99.5% residential project, as the planning letter said, it was a residential project with merely an accessory commercial use. We should have had a master plan revision for Lower Town. Lower Town has a section in there in the master plan. I was one of the people, I think it was early 2000s, that participated in that. So why didn't we do the master plan revision prior to entertaining that application for a residential development? One, it likely wouldn't have happened. So wait a minute, aren't we supposed to have this community discussion? Isn't that what a master plan revision is? Well, that wouldn't satisfy the developer. So why didn't the city do it? Well, let's say we did. If we revise that master plan, it was a very popular mixed use concept there. So I don't think that would have gone through. But if it did, and we were willing to change the master plan and entertain a residential development there, then we have our R4E that would have been the appropriate one in the most dense residential category. So why didn't that happen? Why didn't we have the master plan revision and then end up having an application for R4E? Well, if we had the master plan revision, that's what would have had to happen. They would have had to ask for R4E, but they didn't want that. So we just skipped the whole master plan revision process and went in with a sham of an application that ended up with the city losing out on 93 units of affordable housing and $9 million to the Affordable Housing Fund, the choice of the developer on which one. But he got out of that because we didn't follow the process. There's a big problem with not following the process, and that's going to come up again later tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If anyone else on the phone wishes to address the Planning Commission during public comment, you can press *9 on your phone to digitally raise your hand. All right, I will move on then to item number 8, which is public hearings for the next business meeting.
We have no new public hearings scheduled for the next business meeting.
All right. Do you know whether there will be things coming back? Are we still waiting, or what the status of our third Tuesday of the month is?
Yeah, I think at this point, I don't have anything scheduled, but before I make any recommendation, I wanted to see what the outcomes were of this evening.
Very good. That makes sense. So we'll check back in at the end of the evening. Or also keep your ears out or eyes out for an email later. Okay, item number 9A then. This is proposed amendments to table 5.15-1. There's many tables. This is the short-term rental uses amendments. I'll read the full thing later on, but I'm not gonna go through all the table numbers right now.
Yes, so I'm going to pull up just a brief overview. If you could confirm, commissioners, once you are able to see that. So the first item up for consideration this evening is proposed, one of two sets of proposed Unified Development Code or UDC amendments. The first regarding short-term rentals. So just a little bit of background for the benefit of the Planning Commission. I think you've heard a lot of conversation about this emergent issue in the city, but you haven't had a lot of specific relationship to it to date. Prior to September 2020, upon previous direction of the City Council, the city staff conducted a series of sessions across the city, soliciting feedback about potential short-term rental regulations, and ultimately presented a series of options to the City Council, which culminated in the adoption of Chapter 97, the Short-Term Rental Licensing Ordinance. This is a new ordinance in the City Code that did, at a very high level, it defined what short-term rentals are and defined some different types of them. It establishes licensing requirements, things like that a fee can be charged, the type of information that needs to be submitted, on what frequency. It's an annual license. It also includes some provisions about when that license could be revoked based on activities occurring at the property. And principally, it identified types of short-term rentals that would be eligible for a license by areas in the city. Specifically, it identified that principal residences can receive a short-term rental license in any residential or mixed-use district. That is, when it is accessory to a principal residence. A non-principal resident or a property owner that doesn't reside at the property is eligible for a short-term rental license in mixed-use areas only. After that, in December 2020, the City Council directed staff and the Planning Commission to consider proposed amendments that would enable pre-existing non-principal residence short-term rentals that may have been established in residential areas prior to the effective date of the Chapter 97 ordinance to continue, and to essentially apply those provisions prospectively to new short-term rentals going forward. And I want to note that this is a pretty narrow direction to the Planning Commission and staff. The City Council has made, via the adoption of Chapter 97, some policy decisions about how that short-term rentals should be regulated, that they should be distinctly regulated based on ownership in different areas in the city, but specifically asked this direction for us to consider if we wanted to provide an avenue for pre-established non-resident short-term rentals that are in residential areas to continue to operate in spite of those new provisions of Chapter 97. So the proposed amendments, I think, are actually fairly simple from a zoning, a UDC perspective. And these are, of course, all included in the packet materials. But the first is to establish short-term rental non-principal residence as a permitted use in the mixed-use zoning districts. So just that, adding that use. Then the proposed amendments add two accessory use. This is now the permitted accessory use table, and it identifies two types of short-term rentals for principal residents. So that is when you have a situation where a property is the home and principal residence of a resident, they can, as an accessory use to that housing, undertake a short-term rental principal residence homestay. That would be where you might provide a short-term rental to an extra bedroom within your dwelling unit on some infrequent or frequent basis, or a short-term rental principal residence whole house. That would be a similar situation, however, on a short-term basis, and you as the property resident don't stay in the property during the duration of that short-term rental. So the former is that resident is present throughout the time of that rental. The latter is that resident is not present for the term of that rental. The proposed amendment which is sort of the meat of that direction from the December resolution, is proposed here. It would be adding a specific non-conforming short-term rental non-principal residence, which would say that if such a short-term rental were established in a residential zoning district prior to March 1st, 2021, it shall be considered a legal non-conforming use and may continue and be maintained subject to the section. Now, what that means is it would be afforded all of the same legal non-conforming status as any use would in that category or any other use in any other district in the city. That means that use can continue indefinitely at that property, regardless of the change in ownership of that property. However, the restrictions of use would be that if that use were discontinued for a period of time, specifically 1 year, that non-conforming status for that use would be lost. So I want to make sure that that's clear, that the use and the discontinuation of the use would compromise the long-term continuation of it. A change in ownership, so long as it was still being used in the same manner, would not impact the non-conforming status of that property. Then we've added the proposed changes add definitions. These are largely just taking the definitions from the chapter 97, identifying a permanent resident and a principal residence, and the types of short-term rentals that I generally described previously. There's one correction that I need to make, that an error that I made in discussion at the Ordinance Revisions Committee meeting. I want to clarify that for those commissioners that were there and any members of the public who had listened to that. At that time, I was emphasizing the possibility, the emphasis that a principal residence was the determinative factor of the ability to do a short-term rental. That was incorrect. Under the current structure of an accessory dwelling unit ordinance, that proposed language that restricts that you cannot lease that for less than 30 days would prevent the use of an accessory dwelling unit as a short-term rental, regardless of the tenancy of it. That is, the owner of the property or a tenant to that property. That zoning provision would not enable the city to issue a short-term rental license to the ADU because of that provision. It would not eliminate the ability for a short-term rental license to be issued for the single-family dwelling of that same property. So that's what this graphic is intending to summarize. So in any circumstance, the ADU would not be permitted. That is, what the city is defining short-term rentals as a lease less than 30 days. An ADU under the UDC currently and as proposed cannot be leased for less than 30 days. They would not be permitted. The single-family dwelling, if it is a principal residence, that is that it's either the owner of the property or a tenant of the property who is using that single-family residence as their residence, they can avail themselves as the accessory short-term rentals in the residential districts. If there is a non-principal residence operator of that short-term rental, that would only be permissible in mixed-use zoning areas, not residential districts. And then the proposed non-conforming language that has just been presented, that would have the effect of a subset of those properties potentially being legally non-conforming and able to operate in residential zones. That would, of course, be dependent upon the adoption of that language and those properties demonstrating that they were operating prior to that deadline to the satisfaction of the city. So I'm happy to answer any questions, either now or certainly after the public hearing.
Commissioner Abrams and Commissioner Dish.
Thank you. My first question is in regards to the retention of the non-conforming use upon sale, as opposed to use changing the non-conforming use.
Yep.
Is that specific to this
No.
ordinance, or is that the typical way in which non-conforming use
That's a typical
is
way in which-
regulated?
that's a typical regulation of how that applies.
And is that a legal concern, or is that a kind of standard practice?
Well, I would say it's a standard practice because it is sort of the nature of zoning. That is when zoning is established, it is prospective. And so there are certain rights provided to those properties that might be differentiated from that new regulation, regardless of ownership. So it is. I can't speak to case law, but I can speak to that's just kind of how zoning works. By way of an example, if you had a home that didn't meet a side yard setback because it was built prior to the establishment of that side yard setback, establishing that side yard setback doesn't make it so you have to then chop off 2 feet of your home. Likewise, the sale of that home doesn't necessitate that same action. That non-conforming status continues. Now, if you removed that, you don't get to put it back, and that would happen whether it happens under the current owner or any future owner. So, I guess that is near a answer regarding the legal status. For more, that would probably be best to come from the city attorney's office. But it is clearly a wide practice. It is not unique to this circumstance.
Thanks, that helps. And then I guess my other question is more of a clarification, just to clarify the Planning Commission's role in this issue, which is, I want to make sure I understand correctly that we were asked by City Council to basically draft language that would meet this desire for the non-conforming use.
Yeah, the direction from City Council is pretty specific. If we wanted to, it is to recommend ordinance changes that would have the effect of non-principal residence short-term rentals being a prospective regulation. I think, I can't speak to the sponsor and the council who enacted that. However, I think that intent comes from that this has been an emergent industry and practice in the city that has happened probably at a quicker pace than now our regulatory framework has happened around it. And so recognizing that and providing some space for those properties that may have started it, operated those, which are now contrary to that Chapter 97, to have a bit of protection or transition on a long-term basis.
Okay, thank you.
Does that help? Does that help? Okay.
Yep, thanks.
Commissioner Dish, you also had your hand up.
Yeah, so I think, and I noticed in some of the communication that we got, that this concept of legal non-conforming use is a little bit hard for people to wrap their heads around. And so the language as I read it, and I just want to ask you, if I'm going to try throwing it out there and you let me know what I'm getting wrong. So the language as I read the ordinance says that the city's going to establish some properties under some that have been operating under some conditions as legal non-conforming uses. Now, it seems to me that the weight of the language of the ordinance is in the establish. What exactly is the city going to look at to decide that something that has been used in a way that we are now saying is no longer legal, we would allow them to be a legal non-conforming use? What would they have had to have done in order to be in order to establish themselves in that way?
Sure. So you'll see that the UDC isn't overly prescriptive in that, but I will tell you how we envision doing it. One, any property that meets that condition, that is, it's a non-principal residence, should be in compliance with the city's rental housing program. So that means the rental of any property requires a certificate of compliance with our rental housing program. So that is one aspect of a property that we would measure to see if it was operating in that manner prior to March 1st. The other aspect of that would be some method in which we could determine that it was being operated as a short-term rental. That could be through perhaps evidence of a leasing contract. Perhaps it's a listing contract through a short-term rental service. There are numerous services. I think that from a city staff perspective, those are the sort of ways that we envision measuring that and making a determination, just like we would in any non-conforming status. But there might be other pieces of evidence out there that I can't predict that would satisfy that. But at a minimum, some proof that it was operating as a short-term rental prior to that date, and that it was compliant with the city's rental compliance program, that it was a certified rental property.
To be a certified rental property, do you have to be inspected?
Yes, you have to be inspected. You have to meet basic property maintenance requirements, and that inspection happens on a regular basis. It's currently around a 30-month window. You can potentially get a longer re-inspection period if you satisfy all the requirements upon initial inspection. But yes, it's a routine inspection of the property that it meets basic health and safety requirements under the property maintenance code.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that makes great sense. And then I just have one more question that takes us to the other end of this whole process, sort of. And that is that I understand from chapter, is it 97?
Yep.
Yeah. I understand from chapter 97 that the city, that you could lose your license for operating an STR. Anyone could in any district, whether you're legally non-conforming or whatever. You could lose your license if it were determined that your STR had become a public nuisance.
That's correct.
I wondered what kind of evidence, and I know you may not be able to answer this question, it's not laid out in the UDC, but what kind of evidence do you imagine or envision, or is there some sort of established practice that would be required to determine that an STR has become a public nuisance?
Yeah. Again, I wouldn't want to be prescriptive, but it would probably be things like community standards, ordinance enforcement calls, things like noise litter calls. If there were housing code issues, that is, that there was concerns that the house was over occupied based on the code occupancy requirements of that. If they weren't routinely and in compliance with the rental inspection program generally. Those are the types of things that I think that if they were stacked up or happening with some frequency would probably at least start the city's process to consider revocation or not, at least non-renewal of that license for that particular location at that time.
And then one tiny final question. Say I'm operating one of these and I do everything wrong and I lose my license. And so I sell I sell my STR. Mm-hmm. It's only me who gets my license revoked. If I sell this to someone else, the ability to be, if I was a non-conforming use, sorry, that was key. the ability to remain a legal non-conforming use stays with that property, even if I screwed up, correct? Just that I lost my license doesn't mean that the property is disqualified.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, Commissioner Clark, I see your hand up, and I just want to say to people this, because we don't have a petitioner, I think we got a little bit out of sequence. I'm also going to put Mr. Leonard on the boat. He said I can take questions now or after public comment, but typically we have public comment first, and then we have our discussion. If there are points of clarification, though, and I think that some of the questions that were asked are really helpful for, it's not a comment as much as a point of clarification, may be helpful for those who want to make public comment. So if you have a question now of clarification, go ahead and we can take those before opening the public comment, but also for the callers on the line, we haven't forgotten that. I think it makes sense since we had one presenter here, to make sure that we're getting the full story before we open up the public comment. Commissioner Clark, you've got a question?
Yeah, is it just point of clarification if this would in the future impact ability for like transitional housing or something like shelter, like a domestic violence shelter or something like that? Would they be able to operate, or would this kind of prevent anything like that from opening in neighborhoods?
Yeah, those typically have different use definitions in our ordinance, so I don't think this would be applicable to those at all.
Any other points of clarification? Commissioner Milstein and Commissioner, everybody's got points of clarification tonight. You can also ask questions later too during our discussion, but go ahead, Commissioner Milstein.
Mr. Leonard, why March 1st for the grandfathering? Why that date? Why not some other date?
Well, we threw a dart at a calendar. No. Chapter 97 actually was adopted in September, but it had an effective date of March 1st, 2021. And so uses being established before that effective date of Chapter 97, that's where that date came from.
Excellent point of clarification. Commissioner Hammerschmidt, was that your question too?
But well, it was sort of one of my questions. I have a few. I'm going to try to be fast and cut me off if we want to just go to public comment, but this might help for public comment. We don't know yet how many this applies to in the city, correct? So say this all gets approved and we say that this is fine, there will then be a process established by which people will be able to present their evidence that they were operating an STR by before March 1st. And I assume there's going to be a wide net cast. Like, will the city be trying to identify properties at the same time as people can come to the city?
Yeah, we've actually already started that process with the first wave of a series of actually targeted emails and notices and postcards to properties that are in our rental certification program. We anticipated probably some additional correspondence in the same regard. And we also have a website up to explain this and provide an early opportunity for individuals to start submitting that information as well.
And is there a date by which this sort of expires? Like if somebody comes to us in a year and they're like, oh, wait, I was doing this, I forgot, or maybe 6 months. Like, do we say like this has to be in place by X?
Yeah, currently we're asking for that information to be submitted by March 31st.
Okay.
But I think that's sort of an administrative target. I think it is possible that could be evolved, but that's where we're starting with.
Okay. And then one final thing for now, I just want to make sure I understand this like discontinuation of use. So you have a non-conforming property, somebody's operating it full-time as a short-term rental. They could sell to another investor and they could continue operating it as a short-term rental, and that could just continue to happen and the use goes along with the property. So I finally think I understand that. If you sell it to someone that intends to live there as the owner, I mean, they would still be able to operate, or 6 months or less of the year, short-term rental their property. Is that a use continuation, or would they still have that option as the homeowner occupant to, in the future, STR their property full-time?
Yeah. I mean, that could manifest in some different ways, but I think the way you described it, it would actually be a change in use. They would be changing between defined short-term rental definitions in our code from a non-principal residence to a principal residence. So I think that would be a change in use. After a period of time, they could, under that scenario, operate as a principal residence, either homestay or whole house short-term rental. Once that occurs for a period of a year or more, then the non-principal residence, non-conforming use would be lapsed, gone.
I understood until the last part, I think, of what you said.
So let me try it again. So if you are you are a company and you own the property, you don't live there and you're operating as a short-term rental, and this ordinance is enacted and you have legal non-conforming status. Commissioner Gibrandal purchases the house, moves there, continues to operate as a short-term rental. However, under the definition of short-term rental, homestay or whole house, which is now different short-term rentals as defined by the UDC. Once Commissioner Gibrandal has operated that in that manner for over a year, the legal non-conforming status of a non-principal resident short-term rental is no longer applicable to that property and can't be reestablished at that property.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you so much. So then, but if Commissioner Gibrandal sold the house 8 months later to another company, it still would have that use attached.
They could not do a non-principal residence. That use would have been lost at that point. So
no. But if she only owned it if she owned it for less than a year.
That's correct. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Any other points of clarification before we open up the public hearing?
Sorry to put you in real estate, Commissioner Gibrandal.
All right. Then I will open the public hearing. This is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about the proposed amendments to the Unified Development Code regarding short-term rentals. Public comment can be made by calling 877-853-5247 and then entering meeting ID 929-1620-2435. City staff will call on callers that have raised their hand. You do that by pressing *9. You'll hear the last 3 digits of your telephone number. Mr. Leonard will call on you that way. You'll also hear an automated announcement saying that you have been allowed to speak. Please move to a quiet area and mute any background sounds so that we can hear you clearly. And please also state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. And again, we've got quite a lineup on the phone, so please do keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Thank you very much. And just want to say one more time, this is just about the short-term rentals. If you're on the call and interested in talking about accessory dwelling units, there will be a separate public hearing for that. So there's an opportunity to talk about ADUs in a bit.
Caller with the phone number ending with 556. You have 3 minutes to address the planning commission.
Hi, this is Ralph McKee, 1116 Red Oak. Can you hear okay?
We can.
There's a lot here that is fairly complicated legal issues, which you've been asking good questions about. I obviously can't get through even 1/10 of what's there in 3 minutes, but what I'd like to do is concentrate on a couple of things. The first one is I'm really struggling with this issue of the normal, what Mr. Leonard describes, I believe, is the correct analysis for a legal non-conforming use under common law and how it's typically treated in zoning. But that is not what council sent this to you to do, at least as I remember that meeting. The council, in the debate at that meeting, it was very clear that one of the issues was how many of these STRs, every one of these STRs is one less long-term rental or property that could be in the sale market. And the proponents of grandfathering in said many times, well, there's not that many of them, and they will diminish over time because the use will not go with the property. That was an element that was voted on with that understanding. And so I really don't understand why it's being put as the normal common law way when that wasn't the understanding of the people who voted on that resolution. And I am pretty sure that I'm correct about that. And so I would really want to have that revisited in a careful way. And the reason, and that goes to the next point, which is I have a concern that having what is normal under the common law put in the UDC in this way will maybe cause unintended consequences or be difficult. And for example, I like the concept of finding out how many there are and asking people to provide their evidence now and all that. I think that's a great idea. And that will tell us how many there are. So one of the things I think that leads to is you should take no action until you get that data, because this might make a lot of sense if there's 100, like the proponents keep saying. If you get 500 applications, that's a whole different kettle of fish. And making a decision, any decision,
30 more seconds
before you know that, I think is just not proper. So I have one other point in this few seconds, that I'm curious why the emphasis on that there supposedly have been legal all along. And I really think that's not correct, and it's inconsistent with what Mr. Delacourt said at the very beginning a year ago. And I think that complicates things, but that needs to be considered. These may be illegal right now under our current ordinance before the Chapter 97 was put in. Makes it a whole different ballgame. So anyway, that's
Thank you very much.
complication. Sorry, but that's the way it is. Bye.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 773. Caller with the phone number ending with 773. You can unmute your phone and address the Planning Commission.
It's *6 to unmute your phone.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
We can. Go ahead.
Perfect. This is Kate, 1519 Anderson Avenue. It sounds like based on sort of the direction that you were given, this like meets the requirements of the direction you were given. And I think it sounds like my concern is more like with the direction that was given. I definitely have concerns about, kind of as the previous caller alluded, you know, how many units does this affect? Does this kind of act against what our original plan with this ordinance was? But again, it sounds like within the narrow confines of what you guys are asked to do, this language does seem to fit the bill for that. But yeah, definitely just the concerns about lots of short-term units staying on the market and displacing the opportunity for more long-term housing. But that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 326. Caller with the phone number ending with 326. You can unmute your phone with *6 and address the Planning Commission.
Hello, my name is Jeff Crockett. Can you all hear me?
We can. You might want to mute
great.
the sound behind you, though, because we can hear some feedback.
Okay, I will move to another room. So basically, my concern about this ordinance is enforcement. I was involved a lot in the sign ordinance revision, and I learned from that the whole notion of temporary signs, which relies on time deadlines, is pretty much unenforceable because the staff is not available to respond to complaints. So what's missing from this ordinance is a statement on how much enforcement time is going to be needed. I mean, it's sort of unrealistic to expect, and this is going to be true when we talk about 80 years, that if you add ordinances that are complicated, like this one is, and requires a lot of time, it's going to require someone to evaluate whether the ordinance is out of compliance. Typically what happens is ordinance revision, however, is done by neighbors. Neighbors who report possible infractions, and there has to be a process in place for handling those complaints and reporting back to the person who made the complaint to determine that the complaint has been addressed. And I see nothing involved in this ordinance that talks about enforcement. So I would encourage you to postpone this consideration until Mr. Leonard has a chance to assess how much staff time is going to be needed to effectively enforce this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, too many windows. Caller with the phone number ending with 632. Caller with the phone number ending with 632. You can unmute your phone and you've got 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amir Fleischman. I live at 407 North Ashley. I just want to speak against any changes to this ordinance that would weaken it. We really have to keep in mind why this ordinance was put in place in the first place, which is because housing affordability in Ann Arbor is in a crisis mode. I'm secretary of GEO, the Graduate Students Union, and the way our salary currently is by the university, it is nearly impossible for our members to afford one-bedroom apartments in this city, which cost upwards of 50% of our salaries right now. If you want a city where the people who work at the university who can't afford to be homeowners can have a chance of living, or people who work in any profession at all that make the minimum wage or make less than the median income in this town, you really need to fight for every possible rental unit. Having a clause to the ordinance that grandfathers in pre-existing Airbnbs and short-term rentals, especially when you don't even know how many there are right now, is just really unconscionable given how bad the rental situation in this town is. Please, please stand up for renters. We need your help. You're the government. We need you to do your job and bring down the rental cost in this town. Thanks.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 070. Caller with the phone number ending with 070. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, my name is Sharif Kramti. I'm a resident and renter at 2232 Pittsfield Boulevard. First of all, thanks to all the commissioners and Mr. Leonard for going through all this. I know it's really complicated and it's just been very informative. I do want to echo the sentiments from the previous speaker and some of the early ones as well about the concerns I have with the resolution that was passed in December and this plan of action to legacy in or grandfather in pre-existing or already existing STRs. There's a couple issues, as the previous speaker just mentioned. We're in the midst of a housing crisis. We need every unit that we can get, and that's a key goal for the ordinance that was passed back in September to get more units in our stock. So I think this kind of falls in direct contradiction with that goal. In addition, various council members have brought this up, that by allowing these investors to be grandfathered in or legacied in, you're giving them a really unfair advantage in comparison to the other investors in the Airbnb market, and essentially creating a monopoly where they can maintain these STRs in residential areas where new ones can't be formed, and especially with the issue that I guess we don't have clarification on right now on whether or not that status can be passed after selling. That would make that, essentially permanent, even after, an STR residence is sold. So there's a couple issues there. I also think it's a really difficult thing to reckon with because, you know, we have the newly elected council members, and for the last several years, the main debate has been about building housing, and we've had this development versus anti-development faction fighting. And I feel like this is a real opportunity to actually bridge that gap for once. You know, we have an opportunity to bring in more units and increase the housing stock. And I think everyone can agree that we don't love neighborhoods where we essentially have hotels operating full time with these Airbnbs. And I think it is important to maintain the vibrance of the communities. But the final issue that I have, it was already brought up, is that right now the city is currently collecting data on this. They're currently receiving applications from the investors that this would be affected by registering their units for this. So from now until the end of the month, on the 31st, we're going to be getting that data. So I don't know why we would make a decision on it before we actually get the numbers. And there's no rush in deciding it. No one's being punished right now. It's not being enforced. And there's no timeline that the council gave. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Caller with the phone number ending with 820. Caller with the phone number ending with 820. You can unmute your phone and address the Planning Commission for 3 minutes.
Hi, can folks hear me?
We can.
Hi, I'm Victoria. I live at 810 Henry Street. And I just want to continue to echo the concerns of previous callers about weakening the ordinance that was passed by grandfathering in an untold number of housing stock, making it so that we more or less permanently have under-regulated hotels in residential communities. And I specifically want to address this, the impetus for having a, quote, transition period for people who've already been using, or investors who've already been using housing as short-term rentals, especially the word transition, which implies a change of state. And what we're really talking about here is making short-term housing units a permanent fixture in residential communities. And I just want it to be clear when talking about harm to investors that investments don't come with any guarantees, and this ordinance doesn't come with removing housing or housing from property owners or fines or anything like that. It's, you get to keep your house, you just don't get to operate a miniature hotel in a residential area. So I just want to, I just want to echo the concerns that we not make any decisions here before we even know the number of units that we're talking about here, because as of right now, what we're talking about is effectively taking out an untold number of housing from the supply in a city where we're already experiencing a housing affordability crisis. So yeah, oh, and the final point is that we're also, by allowing these short-term rentals to continue in residential communities, we're really removing the opportunity to develop deeply rooted community ties when it's just filled with folks who are coming in and out for only a couple of days at a time, which is unfortunate when thinking about the character of this city. And with that, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Stolberg. Mr. Stolberg, you can unmute your phone and you have up to 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Thank you. The points that I wanted to make have been made, so I'm just going to echo them and try to be brief. I do think that by putting this in the UDC could be creating some unintended consequences, and it was probably better left out of the UDC. if that was at all possible. And maybe the fact that if it wasn't possible, that kind of points to another potential problem with the whole concept. We do have a due date for registration. It's a month away, so we should get the data, the number, and the location of all of these units. We can make better decisions when we make decisions based on the data. So we should be making our decisions after we have collected the data. We should make that data public. We're also creating a business advantage in perpetuity. And that, when we do that, that's a valuable thing. And that makes it more likely that the business would continue to operate longer because there's such a value in that. And again, that was not, did not appear to be what council's original statements were indicating that they were desirous of. So that should be looked at again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 693. Caller with the phone number ending with 693. You have 3 minutes to address the planning commission.
Hello, my name is Wendy Carmen. I live at 2340 Georgetown. I spent a number of years on the Zoning Board of Appeals, and I am currently the president of the Orchard Hills Maplewood Homeowners Association. So citizens brought significant complaints to council asking for help in combating increasing problems associated with the growing STR businesses in their neighborhoods. And after funding a study in 2019, council subsequently passed this ordinance last September, knowing at the time they passed it that a group of people of unknown size, not intending to be residents, had already invested money into the STR business in residential districts, and that they were thinking of suing if not grandfathered. But now you are asking us to believe that those people legally established their short-term rental business, and I think this is something that is debatable and maybe can only be settled by taking it to court to find out. If you don't do that, if you just take it for granted that they were legally established, then they can be legal non-conforming properties. They will be able to continue that business. They will be able to sell to other people who would continue that business. It only would stop if they cease operating in that way for at least a year, or if their property is damaged in such a way that it can't be repaired for less than at least half of the reestablishment, the repair costs of as an assessed value of the property. So you need to take this very seriously, that you're doing this to help these guys. They will not sue you, and that will be good for the city. But you will not be doing anything for the people who brought the problems to the city in the first place. Those will continue as well. And this is complicated by changes in definitions and clearly unintended consequences. And so what I would ask is that you take this back, hold off for a while, allow some significant engagement, and try to develop a different solution, something with much better notice. There must be other ways to solve this problem than to declare it that it was legally established in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 217. Caller with the phone number ending with the numbers 217. You can unmute your phone and have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Thank you. My name is Carol Scala, and I own a short-term rental at 1524 Marion. We've been involved in this process with City Council and the ordinance for almost 2 years now, and the arguments that have been voiced by prior callers about the fact that we're operating hotels in residential areas, that we impact affordable housing, that we will be granted a monopoly, and that we have a negative effect on the community environment and neighborhoods. These are all arguments that have been hashed out and rehashed at council meetings for over a year now. I think that, those arguments were heard. Council made a decision. They voted a request that directed city staff to grant some fairness to those owners who had been legally, and they were legal because there was nothing in place in the city code that said that we were not legal. We followed all the procedures, got the permits that we needed. We were renting our house just like anybody else. So I don't think that really comes into play. My concern is, and I want to thank you, all of you, for taking the time to consider this and to consider a vote, and specifically to Mr. Leonard for doing the work to get this to the Planning Commission, which was where we thought it should have been all along. Our concern right now is that there are a lot of details that haven't been finalized, and if the absence of those details at this point would impact some sort of a legal loophole where we would eventually not be granted legal nonconforming status. I know that it's written that says that we will get it, but I think our group wants a little more assurance in details that actually is going to happen. We wouldn't want to see this pass and then somehow it gets thrown back to council for a vote and find out that there's some loophole that our opponents can step in and say, well, Planning Commission didn't do this and they didn't dot their I's and T's, and so, we're throwing you out again. So I guess I would just encourage you to make sure that the details are all hammered out and in writing, and we are assured that what the mayor wanted for us and council wanted for us, that's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. While Mr. Leonard promotes the next caller in line, now more people have joined. I was just going to remind people that if you'd like to speak on this item, you can press *9 to raise your hand and indicate that.
Caller with the phone number ending with 644. Caller with the phone number ending with 644. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Boris, and I live at 1726 Charlton. And I just want to say something very short. Data is important. Before you grandfather in any non-conforming STRs, you should determine how many there are. And so please postpone further work until at least the end of the month, when you will know how many of these units there actually are in Ann Arbor. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 679. Caller with the phone number ending with the number 679. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Hi, my name is Katie Dorch, and I am a short-term rental owner at 1209 Burke Avenue. And I just wanted to call in to make a few comments about the proposed amendments. I think, again, we've been at this for about 18 months. It's been a long haul. A lot of the concerns of callers have been voiced numerous times at city council meetings. But I think fundamentally for the short-term rental owners that have been operating thus far legally, this really it comes down to property rights and a protection of our property rights to legally operate our rental business. As you know, you all know, there was no designation prior to this ordinance of a short-term or a long-term renter. So That's really important to point out. And I think although the amendments here for the UDC appear to be favorable, which is a huge, sort of relief for us, and it feels like a step in the right direction, I feel like there has been a lot of questions and concerns raised about what is actually the specific criteria to identify these pre-existing STRs. I think we need a little bit more clarity provided in this amendment to ensure folks like me who have been operating legally that our property rights will be maintained. The city indicates that it's considering amendments that would allow legal operating STR staff protection as legal non-conforming properties, but this is not yet guaranteed as it is not passed yet at City Council, and so we still have questions about how this protection will be given and to whom it will be given. And really, a point that is unclear to me at this point is, if this amendment passes to the UDC tonight, in the absence of a city ordinance amendment, will STRs be granted pre-existing STRs be granted legal non-conforming status? If that city ordinance is not amended, sort of where do we stand at that point? So I guess we just have some open questions before this goes to a vote that need to be answered. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. If anyone else wishes to address the Planning Commission for this public hearing, please press *9 now to raise your hand so that we can call on you. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and read the motion. The motion reads, the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby recommends that the mayor and city council, I'm going to stop for just a minute. Somebody snuck a hand in. You can't see the cues on Zoom, so we can call on the last person. If there's any others, *9.
Caller with the phone number ending with 828. Caller with the phone number ending with 828. You can unmute your phone with *6. You can address the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Sorry, I was having phone issues. My name's Kathy Strachan. I live on Orkney in Ward 1, and I just wanted to make a couple comments relative to the ordinance. I'm happy and I'm glad that you're considering this. I think for the people who have these short-term rentals that got their permissions and things beforehand, I think this is a good thing for them. A couple comments related to the person who was the GEO that was very concerned about the cost of the what it costs for an apartment for rent. I would like to comment, I think sometimes the rent is directly related to the amount of the taxes. And the house that I lived in before I got married, I rented it out for 25 years. And my daughter's living there now, so I don't have to deal with rental stuff anymore. But, the taxes on the house directly play a role in the rent that you have to charge. And as we know, the taxes in Ann Arbor are very high, and I think that's a direct relationship to the rent that is charged. In terms of the comment the person made about, changing the character of the neighborhood with these in and outs, I just question the difference between someone being there 30 days and someone being there 3 days. I mean, these people say they want these long-term renters, but, you can rent it out for like 30 or 31 days. I'm not sure exactly what the cutoff is. You're still going to have some turnover there. And some of these people are coming in because they have family members that are going through chemotherapy at the hospital or whatever. They can't be in an apartment. I had a family member who lived in Milwaukee and went to Cleveland to go to the Cleveland clinics. And they took their whole family, and they had, 2 twins that were 9 and another child that were 7. They couldn't be in a hotel. It was a whole family thing. So there is definitely a need with that, with us being, right next to the University of Michigan. And then my last comment is, this whole thing started because there were all these complaints about what was happening. I have yet to hear of one complaint about behavior at a short-term rental since those public meetings where the guy was talking about somebody was on the roof and doing all these crazy things. I have not heard one instance of a complaint like that. And I would be really interested to know how many complaints the city has gotten from the short-term rental properties that you may not know that short-term rental, but how many complaints have you gotten with behavior like that you can then tie that complaint with these, registrations that are coming in? I just think that would be an interesting thing to know because I haven't heard of a lot of complaints about them. Anyway, thank you again for considering this. I think this is the right thing to do. It is very complicated, and I appreciate the work you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 400. Caller with the phone number ending with 400. Press *6 to unmute your phone and address the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Commissioners, for this opportunity to speak. Your willingness to serve our city is admirable. My name is Ben Ranta. I'm a longtime resident of Ann Arbor. I live in the 5th Ward at 1518 Dexter Avenue. My short-term rental is just 5 doors down the street from my home, and I take great pride in keeping up its maintenance and getting to know my neighbors. I attended last year's public meetings, like many of the residents did. The general consensus, in my opinion, was that some regulation was needed, but an all-out ban was not wanted. The recommendation from the consulting group in charge of the talks ignored what the attendees asked for. I strongly feel that the resulting ordinance is a draconian violation of my rights as a property owner. I agree that appropriate data should be collected, and I've been saying this from the beginning. In fact, myself and several other STR owners have offered to assist the city in this endeavor. This has been a tumultuous year and one where Ann Arbor residents have benefited from having SDRs in their neighborhoods. Here's a couple of examples. We recently hosted a family who lives in the 5th Ward and was undergoing a major home renovation. They arranged a place in town to live during the renovations, but their contractor requested to start the renovations sooner than they originally planned. The family needed a short-term rental option that was in their neighborhood to minimize the impact of their work from home / school from home routine. So we were able to step in and seamlessly provide a furnished and fully turnkey property to fill the gap in their housing needs. We even were able to transition 1 bedroom to a home office with ample table space for all of them to work at. In addition to that, I just recently had a neighbor who lives, we share the same backyard, in fact, just emailed me about more details on how her friend can rent the house on a short-term basis so they can safely meet and spend time together. And we continue to get requests such as this all the time. These are Ann Arbor families, and they are my neighbors. And in addition to the thousands of families who visit Ann Arbor every year for complicated medical procedures, they desire to have short-term rentals available close by. There is value in having non-principal residents short-term rental options within our city neighborhoods. I'm asking the planning commissioners to listen to us. This winter, short-term rental owners have stepped up in a big way to provide housing to the many university students who are being forced out of the dorms. I fully understand these days will be longer than the required 30 days and are in accordance with the current ordinance, but an all-out ban would severely limit the availability of furnished non-principal resident short-term rentals, and these young students would have been forced to move out of the city away from their jobs and away from public transportation options. In short, all of our guests are not just strangers, just passing through looking to take up resources and act in a manner that jeopardizes the sanctity of our neighborhoods. They are connected to Ann Arbor through their extended families, the university, and the hospital. They care about Ann Arbor and its fantastic community just like you all do. Please approve this amendment and direct the City Council to approve its passage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, if you'd like to join the queue to speak to this item, you can press *9 on your phone.
Caller with the phone number ending with 464. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Yeah, this is Linda Brower, 421 3rd Street. I want to make sure that the planning commissioners are clear, boil down, to the basics. This really is a question between our goals of increasing housing for people that live here long term as homeowners or as renters. That's a major community goal. Now, what I'm hearing from a lot of the short-term rental people is another all-American value, which is the capitalization of property values, making a profit on your private property. That's a long-standing American value. I realize that. But it should be clear that those are the two opposing values. And I guess I kind of personally come down on the first rather than the second, but that's just me. So it looks like council has decided that they want to do some grandfathering in, not because I think they value having short-term rentals take up permanent housing stock in residential areas, but because they are afraid of lawsuits. Okay, they caved into that. They made a decision to grandfather. When you go, but I don't understand. But I don't have a date and I don't have a recording handy. I also remember council saying, rather than use the kind of common law definition of grandfathering, which is that it attaches to the property, I thought they asked Planning Commission to look at grandfathering in for the current the ones who were legal, who had certificate of occupancies as of yesterday, March 1st, grandfathering them in only while they retain ownership of that property. And that would be lost once the property is transferred. So when you go back to debating as commissioners, as the chair, I'm addressing the chair of the commission, I ask that you ask Brett Leonard specifically if that's his memory of what council directed and how that got morphed to now considering keeping that grandfathering in to move with the property from one owner to another. I really beseech you to ask to have an open discussion right now about that specific question while so many interested people are attending this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to join the queue, you can press *9 on your phone.
Caller with the phone number ending with 820. Caller with the phone number ending with 820. You can press *6 to unmute your phone and address the Planning Commission.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, this is Cynthia. I live on Henry Street off of South Industrial, and I just want to respond to a couple of comments by folks made, folks who own short-term rentals. One being the one who said that she hasn't heard of any complaints, evidently. I mean, I can certainly give you one about the short-term rental property that exists on my street in terms of about partying, debris left in the street, parties during the pandemic, obvious crowds, noise. Like those complaints exist and are endemic to Airbnbs. So that kind of goes without question. With the other point about people providing a service to maybe families who are in need of short-term rentals, people who are sick in need of short-term rentals, that's all noble and great, but this ordinance doesn't get rid of short-term rentals, period. It just gets rid of short-term rentals in residential areas. People who need those type of services would still be able to seek them out, whether it's a short-term rental in a mixed area neighborhood or at an extended stay hotel. And then the final point I wanted to make, one moment, please, is that investors who have short-term rentals still are able to make money off of their property through renting it out, whether it is the 30-day period rather than 3 days as somebody brought up, or in traditional leases that could go towards establishing folks who might want to stay in the city longer. So I just don't appreciate some of the more bad faith examples that have come up here from folks who own short-term rental properties. And I also want to challenge the idea that, oh, people have said these concerns before, so what does it matter to hear them again? That should be a cue that something is wrong here when countless residents have brought up issues with short-term rentals where we had an ordinance passed that addressed those issues, and now we're walking it back. That's why you hear the same concerns being brought up over and over again. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. If anyone's listening through the TV, now is your time to call in. Once you've dialed in, entered the meeting ID number, it's *9 to raise your hand. We just have one more person in the queue right now.
Caller with the phone number ending with 014. Caller with the phone number ending with 014. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Yeah, this is Barry. I have a short-term rental on Packard Avenue. And I did want to reiterate the service that we're providing and the positive aspects that we're bringing to the community now. Right now, we have a number of people who were taken out of their dorm, and some of them have jobs in research positions at the university. And in order to maintain those, they had to stay in town. And they have since, taken up residence in our rentals and have been able to continue those activities. Also, during the quarantine, there's been a number of people who have come back to Ann Arbor and who have had to come to places where there's separate entrances and need to stay for 2 weeks. And they wanted to be with their families, but they needed a time to be by themselves to be safe. And we've had many people under those circumstances. So the change, the reasons are varied, but by and large, Ann Arbor is a fairly sizable town. In addition to people coming for work assignments for several weeks and hospital assignments and visiting nurses, the numbers are just, and the number of reasons are so many that, the volume of short-term rentals that we have now really does provide a service. So if there's going to be a cap, so be it. But I think one can point to the fact that we are fulfilling a need for a town our size, and that it is a part of the community at this point. So I would encourage the council to support these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. For those who've dialed in or those listening, this is your final opportunity to address the Planning Commission for this public hearing. Give it a minute for the TV delay. Press *9 if you've called in, want to talk to us. All right, I'm going to try to read the motion again.
Commissioner Mills, I would just like to draw attention. We did receive an email from Ms. Jane Klingston, who was unable to attend and participate, but she provided written comments and asked they be included in the record. As those were shared with you in writing, I do intend to add those to the public record. So I just want to acknowledge that. I know that was provided to all of you as well.
Thank you very much. And we got a thick packet this week, not digital packet at least, on this and other issues. Okay, let me find my script again. All right, the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby recommends that the mayor and city council approve the amendments to Chapter 55 Unified Development Code, Permitted Use Table 5.15-1, Accessory Use Table 5.15-2, Nonconformity Section 5.33, and Specific Terms Sections 5.37.2.p and 5.37.2.s. Moved by Commissioner Dish, seconded by Commissioner Gibb Randall. Let's have discussion. We'll take a break after we're done with this one, if that's okay. Commissioner Dish.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. So I'd like to make a clarification and ask a question of Mr. Leonard. My clarification is to the callers, and I want to say that many of you have spoken eloquently about the affordable housing crisis in Ann Arbor, and I share your concerns about this crisis. It's undeniable. It hurts this city when people who are essential workers cannot live where they work. And so as council considers this issue going forward, I hope that you will make all of these arguments again. because I would like to see us consider limiting non-principal residence STRs in mixed use zoning districts, just as we are limiting them in single family zoning districts. So I urge you not to feel that you're done having spoken this evening. But I want to clarify that the role of the Planning Commission tonight is not to decide whether establishing legal non-conforming status is a good thing to do. It's not to decide whether or not legal non-conforming status ought to be written into the UDC. These questions are for council to decide. Planning Commission is not approving anything tonight. It is responding to a request from council, which asked the Planning Commission to tell council how to make this amendment to Chapter 97 if council decides that the amendment is necessary or desirable. As council considers that question, its members may want to know how many properties would qualify as legally non-conforming uses, but that information does not bear on the task that's before the Planning Commission tonight. So that's the clarification, and I'm always willing to take corrections on my clarifications if I messed something up slightly or bigly. What's that? And Mr. Leonard, I want to ask you, was it your understanding that council asked the planning department to give council a way to grant legal non-conforming status to the current owner of a property being used as an STR, non-principal residence in a single family zone, and then to enable us to extinguish that status if the property were sold? So I'm asking is that what you thought we were asking for? And even if that were what we asked you to do, is that something that you could do given the constraints of how zoning typically works and people expect it to work?
So the council direction was, while it didn't specifically use the term non-conforming, it specifically said, create the appropriate regulatory structure to enable the continued operation of pre-existing short-term rentals. Staff and correspondingly, I am presenting to you, I think a mechanism to do that is to use non-conforming zoning status to accomplish that. That is a framework of our ordinance and law that provides for that effect to occur, to allow the continued operation of something that may be established prior to the application of a regulation. The language is specific to continued operation. So I don't think that it was explicitly directing us to consider some sort of sunset or amortization or goal of reducing that number. It's not to say that that isn't a goal that could be considered or discussed, but that is not explicit and inherent in the direction that I see in the resolution. If I could just, there was one comment regarding what would happen to this proposed set of ordinances if it were passed by Planning Commission and not by City Council. That would have the effect of no change to our current regulatory structure. So the Planning Commission is a recommending body in this regard. It would make a recommendation to the City Council regarding any ordinance changes. If the City Council were to not enact them, then there would be no ordinance impact. The action of the Planning Commission is just that, a recommendation. It would have no binding effect on its own.
I think that Commissioner Dish's clarification got 99% of kind of one of the questions that was in my mind or that came up. I just want to go a little bit farther and to ask about whether there is any whether there are any existing examples within the UDC in terms of dealing with legal nonconformities that end with ownership. Because I think that was the distinction that some people were making about carrying on even to a new owner versus something ending in ownership. And do we have anything that operates that way in the UDC?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Thank you. So in terms of the direction that you got, this is the way that we typically enable those existing uses that may not be legal any longer going forward. this is the kind of language that we typically use. Okay,
That's
thank you. Other questions or comments or discussion? Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Even if this is language that we typically use, are there alternatives that should be looked at? I mean, I will just say for the record, like, I would be a lot more comfortable if the use was terminated, which I think it sounds like a lot of people assumed. I assumed that. I would be more comfortable if, you know, somebody sold this legal non-conforming STR, that it wouldn't continue for the new owner. So, like, are there mechanisms to do that, even if it's something that we haven't done in Ann Arbor?
I wouldn't advise it to happen in the zoning in the UDC. I'm trying to remember of your tenure with the Planning Commission relative to discussion of sign ordinance and lighting. In both circumstances, zoning again is prospective. So when those regulations change, there are by convention and law rights that are maintained by the property that are not dependent on ownership. So if the planning commission's recommendation was that that was an important aspect, then the advice might be, no, you shouldn't do this in the UDC. You should explore alternative methods to do that, maybe within Chapter 97 or other mechanisms. The short answer is I don't think that the UDC is an appropriate place for that sort of removal of non-conforming status for this nor any sort of prospective regulation.
Okay, and thank you, Commissioner Dish, for the clarification on what our directive really is. So we, in theory, could say, like, we're recommending a plan for a path forward to council tonight, correct? So the questions about the number and the locations, like, I think that is definitely awesome information. I'm glad you're collecting it. Be cool to map it. I don't know if it's like private information, but if it could be made public. But it doesn't sound like that is necessarily important information for us to have right now. That will be something that council might want, but for us today, that is okay.
I mean, I think yes and no. I think that this approach is making a policy decision that if this framework happens, whether it happens once in our community or it happens 500 times in our community, this is an appropriate way to look at it from a regulatory framework. So in that regard, I don't think the data matters as much. It's a ordinance around a set of facts. That said, as you heard, and I think you were expressing this, how you see that as an impact to our community may be different if it's 1 or if it's 500.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's perfectly valid to look at it both ways. The proposed ordinances in front of you are the former, setting a proposed ordinance based on an occurrence that I acknowledge I don't know how frequently it has happened or will happen in our community, but it's based on an alignment of facts and practice that would result in that status.
Okay. I think that's it for now.
Commissioner Gibrandel.
I can see how, because part of, like, in this last, I'd say, year, I feel like we've really crystallized some of the way that we're viewing our decision-making around sustainability and affordability. And so even though we may have kind of a narrow set of things we're looking at tonight, I feel like we're obligated to look at it through that lens as well, and that this does have an impact on affordability. But we don't really know how much it does for a lot of reasons, but partly it's just how many there are. I think it does make a difference. And I get it that we need to stay in our lane, but I also feel like at the very least, we need to engender a robust data gathering effort to be able to understand what it means, for us. We're bending over backwards to try to figure out all these other ways to make affordability happen. And then if we're doing something that is completely cross purposes to that, I don't know. I would feel more comfortable. I feel like I need to kind of square those things against each other. And for me to be able to do that, I feel like data is important for us to understand that. Now, to be perfectly frank, I don't know whether like 50 versus 500 of them, like I would need some sort of support to help us understand like what is a right size, what is, because I can completely see how, there is a role for these. I mean, I use these things, when I go to a different place. And so I think there is a role, but there also, I also don't want a bunch of empty places sitting around people could be living in. I mean, that's really like the big issue for me. And so I thought we'd have a much kind of larger ranging discussion tonight. I appreciate Commissioner Dish's sort of understanding of like the decision that we have to make tonight. But I also feel like we do have some sort of duty to look at the big picture as it relates to our kind of larger goals around affordability. So I'd vote for holding off and getting more data so that we can understand what sort of impact it has on these goals that we are working around all the time when we're making decisions about site plans in our city.
And just for clarity, from my perspective, in terms of the data that you're looking for, this is the waiting until the end of the month to figure out how many people there are that are in this legal non-conforming status.
How many people there are, and also some support about like what that really means, because I don't feel like I'm qualified to be able to understand kind of what that right sizing is, but that it would be really helpful to, I don't even know what, some sort of real estate economist, or I don't know who that is that can help us figure that out. But I feel like I personally need some support to be able to understand what that needs to be in order to have kind of enough, but not too many, to be able to have a significant, so it doesn't have a significant impact on affordability, because supply is a huge part of affordability. It just is. I mean, taxes, yes, like as what, one of the callers was saying, makes a big difference, but supply also has a huge impact on that. So, yeah, so I'd say wait for the data, and if it's possible to get somebody to help us understand what that and what that means for us, so that we can understand how we are kind of heading towards our goals of affordability, and where we may be kind of veering from it or not, how much we're veering from it if we do something like this, I guess is what that's what I'm curious about.
Mr. Leonard, you wanted to chime in.
Yeah, thank you. So to Commissioner Gibrandel, your comments and well, let me start more generally. I believe that the council direction to you is pretty narrowly tailored. As you know, I'm not the boss of you. You are a body that speaks as a body and provides counsel to the city council. So if you broaden that, you broaden it. I just want, I appreciate what you were saying, Commissioner Gibrandel, but I'm trying to reconcile that with the sort of policy framework that the city council has already established. So in the realm of what you're talking about of that data, my initial thought, and maybe I'm not misunderstanding, is that you were sort of trying to understand what's an adequacy, or what's for our community, or maybe what's excessive, or maybe what's not enough. And I would just say that the city council in a way has already made that decision by setting that chapter 97. In the event that you found that there were 500 of these, or 1,000 of these, or 10 of these, unless you as a commission are really interested in sort of providing that advice more broadly than what the council's asked for, I do wonder how relevant it is to the act of what is the regulatory framework to achieve a pretty narrow outcome based on policy decisions already made. I can understand the commission might disagree with those policy decisions. They might have questions about those. but I just want to acknowledge that that's been made. So I think the direction here is not so much about right sizing supply and demand for the characteristics of our community. The commission could go in that direction, but I think that's starting to perhaps expand from the direction that council requested.
So do you feel like there is not a role at this point to kind of help shape the discussion that would happen at the city council table in terms of us as a recommending body?
Absolutely, but I think that I would just ask I would ask you as the commission to think about to what extent are you going to shape the question that's been posed, and to what extent are you going to shape policy decisions that have already been made? So that, that they haven't, with all due respect to the planning commission, the city council hasn't really asked the planning commission, do you think we did a good job in making these designations? It's not to say that you can't tell them your opinion, but I would say shaping that discussion about this more narrow focused, absolutely appropriate. You can provide counsel on other aspects of it, but I think that is starting to go more on, just to acknowledge, on the commission's own initiation rather than responsive.
And do you feel like that they've had this discussion already in terms of kind of this right sizing? I mean, because I guess I want somebody to have this discussion, I guess is what I'm saying, whether it's us or whether it's the city council or whatever, but I think it's a really important question. And so do you feel like, I don't rewatch every, city council meeting. Do you feel like that discussion, whereas you attend them, so do you feel like that discussion has already happened? I mean, there isn't even data yet, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, how would they have known that if there wasn't any mechanism for them to have gotten the numbers in the first place? And if it hasn't happened yet, is there any way for us to, if you feel like we'd be kind of really breaking out of our lane, is there any way for us to kind of strongly recommend with, or something like that, to be able to allow, to kind of encourage that to be part of the conversation? Because I do feel like it's an important thing to discuss somewhere, whether it's here or whether it's the city council table.
Yeah. Again, the commission should speak its heart in this issue. So if you think that's important to that discussion, that can come in many forms. That could accompany a recommendation on this. That is, however, you should also do X, Y, or Z. I would say generally that your concerns have been considered at the council level. And I think that in a way that's manifested in the original adoption of the ordinance and the subsequent action, trying to find what that balance is and where the appropriate, what the appropriate response to those demands and pressures and opportunity and services and affordability and neighborhood impact. I think that I would take the adoption and the resolution as some acknowledgement of tension in those regards at the council level. That's not to say that that's satisfactory to hiring an economist to sort of advise them in a more detailed perspective. But I think that is it's in the discussion, those issues and those matters. Again, I want to be clear. You can advise the council as broadly as you want, but when we're talking about the number of these that might fall into this category, that seems more relevant to the policy decision that council has already made to me rather than this mechanism. You could disagree with that. And then just one last point, from the analysis that we did do some data mining with a consultant. When we first did some of the listening sessions, we identified about 1,000 properties in the city that were rented on a short-term rental basis at some point over the course of a calendar year. They peaked just as you would anticipate, graduation and football games and art fair. But there were about 1,000 instances where that occurred over the course of a year. That data is not addresses. It is mined from a lot of different listing sites, and it's not with such accuracy that I can present that to you a map and say it's these parcels and not those parcels. So, the truth is, I don't know how many of those properties are falling into this category of question, but that's the whole extent of the properties likely that are possible. I wouldn't expect it to be much more than that. It's going to probably be less than that because there are going to be some that are consistent with Chapter 97. But I just provide that as a sense of scale.
Okay.
Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Dish. Oh, you're still on mute, Commissioner Clark.
Sorry about that. So I just wanted to clarify something. From my understanding, the central issue here and the reason this is coming back is mainly that people have already invested, and to me the central issue is like, was it legal when they purchased the property? And if so, making this exemption, that it kind of seems like we really unorthodox to maybe have something that was perfectly legal when someone purchased it. And so maybe the core of the issue to me seems more like if allowing people to keep that exception falls in line with their expectations and the legality of the use when they purchase the property. And then if we want to change that, like, we haven't go back and make Argus Farms turn back into housing, things like that. We have these little exceptions throughout the community. And if there is clearly like kind of these do serve a unique niche. And so the fact they exist is kind of serves a different population for one. And I think it's pretty safe to say, just like working in affordable housing, like we do have really serious affordability issues, and there are some serious issues and imbalances in our rental market. But I mean, I don't know if we need data to know that right now that the amount of existing Airbnbs it's some single family houses, but it's not on any sort of scale that I think is really driving the issue. And we can look at in other cities on where this has been done and what, long term, if we look at the policy and a trajectory, and if we allow this to go on forever, then I could see how 20 years from now it could be a major, really big driving force, and it could undermine the market. But the amount we have right now, it's not done that so far. And so looking at it from the land use perspective and what their expectations of when they purchased and what going forth, what's been orthodox in the past with special exceptions is probably might be where I think the issue lies. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Commissioner Dish?
That's really helpful, Commissioner Clark. And it, I think, helps set up what I want to say and to the commission in terms of, so I hear Commissioner Gabrandel saying that she really wants Planning Commission to spark a meaningful and thorough conversation about the broader tension between commercial use of existing housing stock in a tight market and the values that we're attaching to affordability. And so I appreciate that Commissioner Clark has brought up the question whether STRs are driving the affordability crisis. And there's actually not a whole lot of research on this. There is some indication that STRs in touristy sections of the town, so that's where there are bars and restaurants, do drive rents up. So some of these legally non-conforming uses that we would be talking about would be in the touristy part of this town, but some of them may not be. Because the legally not the ones that we are talking about are, single family homes, right? That people are using as STRs, and so some of those are probably in our downtown area, but some of those are probably in neighborhoods, and we've had people call in and talk about that. So they may not be the driving factors, but that because there's considerable uncertainty around that. What I wanted to emphasize was that I invite you to urge that conversation on council, urge us to have that conversation about the about allowing, non-principal residence STRs in mixed use zones. Because right now, the ordinance that we have permits that across the board with no limitations. And it may be that we want to examine whether we think that's okay across the board, unlimited across the whole city, whether we would want to establish limits in the downtown area, whether we would want to establish limits in the transit-oriented zones where we're going to be creating more. And I'm not advocating any of these positions because I haven't thought them through yet. But I think there is a place where we have not had a full examination that can really unfold the values that are at odds with each other in this area of regulation. It is interesting to me that the biggest outcry came over the use of single-family homes in single-family zones as non-principal residence STRs.
Muted.
Commissioner Milstein.
Thank you. So Mr. Leonard, a couple questions for you. So why did this come to Planning Commission now versus the amending Chapter 97 and calling it good? Why is the Planning Commission being asked to consider this now when previously we were not asked to consider this? It doesn't quite make sense to me.
Because now the direction from the December resolution of City Council seems wholly appropriate to apply an existing regulatory framework of non-conforming status to achieve an outcome that Council has asked staff and if applicable, the Planning Commission to consider. Staff thinks that sort of taking advantage of that existing regulatory framework with the legacy and appropriateness of it is an appropriate way to do that. And by course, we present it to you before we present it to the City Council.
So why wasn't this presented to Planning Commission previously before it was amended in Chapter 97? I'm still having a hard time understanding, like, why are we being quote unquote dragged into this now and we weren't previously?
I don't have anything more eloquent than at the time, staff and the city thought a licensing ordinance was the appropriate way to do this. I think that was starting with an approach similar to the rental certification program. It was creating perhaps sort of a new category, if you will, of rental or a subcategory of rental. And so regulating that in a similar way where from a zoning perspective, rental would be a rental, regardless of it being short or long-term. I think that is the regulatory process that started and resulted with Chapter 97 being adopted without Planning Commission review or any consideration of zoning. Ultimately, Council is asked again to achieve a result. They weren't specific to say that it should be done in Chapter 55, but to achieve a result. From a staff perspective, we thought that this was a wholly appropriate way to accomplish that, to actually take it, bring those uses into the UDC, and use non-conforming status as a way to achieve the council question.
Okay. I guess I'm having a hard time doing what council is asking us to do, because we're asking to amend the UDC, but we're not really looking at this from all angles. We're pretty much being told, here's what Chapter 97 has in it. Go ahead and just put it into the UDC. But I'm just having a really hard time just making this decision of, let's do exactly what council has asked us to do when there may be other aspects that we need to take a look at this. So I'm struggling with that. To my fellow commissioners, I'm really struggling with just, without really looking at it do we really want this in the office district? Do we really want this in the residential districts? Do we put it in R2, not R4, something of that nature? We haven't really had a true discussion on this. So I'm really having a hard time just voting on this without having a look at the big picture. The other aspect that I want to talk about is, so let's take, for example, Jefferson Market. Jefferson Market obviously is a retail operation that is operating in R2A zoning district. If that building were to sell today to another individual, they are grandfathered in to continuing that retail operation. Is that correct, Mr. Leonard?
That's correct.
Okay. And if they were, so when do they lose their opportunity to operate as a retail establishment? Is it that 12-month period? Is that the same as what we're proposing here for the short-term rentals?
Yeah, that 12-month period is that is a specification of our non-conforming ordinance. It's not specific to the circumstance of that you described or to short-term rentals. That is a applicable. That is a measurement of time for any non-conforming use losing its status. So in that circumstance, if it were purchased and converted into a duplex, then it was operated as a duplex for a year, it could not go back to a retail use, presuming there wasn't anything else applicable, like a PUD zoning district or something.
Okay. So I would personally be in favor of continuing that. So if this does move on to City Council, I would like to see that continue. I know there's been some discussion around that, but I feel like we have a set precedent here with zoning and what's currently allowed, that the next owner of the property, they're allowed to do the same. So still very conflicted about just voting on this without having a full discussion with regards to short-term rentals. But thank you.
I saw Commissioner Sauvé first and then Commissioner Lee.
I too have kind of a clarifying question about its previous legal status. And maybe it's too that they were operating as rentals. Is the by right definition of how these were assumed as legal? Is that correct?
So we don't have a distinction in the UDC of rental or owner. We have dwelling units.
Okay.
We also have a provision that says if it's not explicitly listed in the code, it is not permitted. And so those uses would likely fall somewhere in that range. They are either not, they're uses that are distinct from dwelling units and therefore they are not permissible, or they are rental units that have a different rental term than other rental units. I would contest, as I've stated before, and I know that all commissioners don't agree, is that I tend to think of them as more commercial uses. I think their relationship is different than a long-term tenant of that same space. But, it's
so is your interpretation
probably one of those. So my interpretation would be that they were not
illegal.
permitted.
Okay.
Illegal. They're not permitted because the code doesn't allow them.
Okay. And an alternative assessment is that they were dwelling units because rental previous to all of this did not have a term designation. So you could dwell there for a day or you could dwell there for a year. Dwelling was the only terminology currently in our ordinance.
Yep.
I'm just trying to track.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's a great
legal?
summary.
Okay. So, right, like one of the questions that like presumptions is if it's not in our ordinance, it's not allowed. And then my question is, if we don't provide this, what happens to those non-conforming if they don't have this in the ordinance? Because if it's not in the ordinance, it's not allowed, and now we have nothing clarifying this limbo.
Then there would be no regulation in the UDC. It would strictly be regulated from a business licensing perspective under Chapter 97, which says what types of short-term rentals can operate in which location. Anyone's, as long as that operation met that ordinance, it would receive a license. Any that did not would not be eligible for a license and would be in violation of Chapter 97.
Which would remove it from any residential only zoning districts.
If it was a non-principal residence. Yeah.
Great. Okay. I just kind of want to like clarify kind of those lines. That's helpful. Just to kind of some of the commenters too, has staff been overwhelmed by complaints of current rentals overall? I know there's some concerns about enforcement.
We have not. However, community standards, the police department is more of sort of what I would say nuisance ordinance enforcement. I don't have their records, but I am not aware of a significant amount of complaints over the past 9 months to a year.
Okay. And I guess that goes, part of my filter, just kind of share this with the commission, is understanding that we're talking about 1,000 or so and its impact, not the entire short-term rentals ordinance and how many more might come online in those areas. We're just talking about this grandfathered quantity relative to our evaluation currently. So I guess that goes to a lot of the callers and kind of their concerns, and that there's a bundle here that we're looking at, and then there's the larger ordinance, and kind of those two impact scales. And I think it goes to the point, I'm getting ahead of myself with the ADUs, but I know that there was statistics into the staff report about how many units were homesteaded in each of those use categories. And I think it would be interesting to see, because this might come back. We might bring up short-term rentals as an ordinance change in policy in the future. So this has come down from council, but we might actually react in a future ordinance as well. And one of the kind of statistics I would be interested in is, like, have we seen a dramatic shift in homesteaded properties to rental properties, or an increase of rental applications over the past few years since short-term rentals have become part of the market? So I don't know how we might look at, like if there's a linear curve of rental applications and it had a huge spike in the last 5 years or not. Those might be ways that we can start to see some reactions to the market by this sort of amenity being available. But I just want to call out to Commissioner Clark, with your experience in the affordable housing sector, and that you haven't seen a complete market shift wave because of this in our city. That really actually has helped, at least my understanding, that this isn't the influx. It could be, but we are taking action at the earlier point, which is helpful. So I really appreciate your expertise on that too, to weigh in. Those are my questions for now.
You have something to add?
One quick thing in response. Yeah, and that is that I personally know probably 6 or 7 people that have these. Nobody has registered with the city.
Well, nobody's had to yet.
No, I get it, but I don't know that they will. And so I don't know that we have, I'm saying they're not participating in the rental inspection program.
Oh,
that's
so then,
what I'm saying.
yeah.
And so some of the data that you're asking for, Commissioner Sauvé, I don't think it would necessarily tell the whole story, because there's a lot of people that rent for just a few weekends or a few whatever, and they're not getting their houses inspected because they're not so we don't really, there's a lot of these that fly under the radar in terms of the official data that we can gather, in terms of the general category of this stuff. The commercial ones that are buying them, and that's a different story. But in terms of it affecting affordability in a larger way, we can't totally know that, because I think those other ones affect it too, not just the commercially owned ones. So it's difficult, I think, to be able to get at, I don't know that we can find all the data because there's so many people that fly under the radar with this stuff. That's, I guess, my only.
I'll just respond and say, they will still fly under the radar with or without this ordinance. like they will be operating illegally if they don't comply. And this is asking those who have to register. Everybody else, if they're acting illegally before or after, that data won't impact this policy. We have to think policy regulation. So I have to kind of dismiss any of those illegal ones.
Right, but in terms of this policy, but in terms of its kind of larger effects, you know what I'm saying? Like if you're asking about sort of larger effects of this, I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be more people reporting things after all of this. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? But I think it's tricky because so much of it doesn't get is not above board in terms of its effect on affordability and things like that.
All right, I have Commissioner Lee. Commissioner Clark, you had your hand up and then down and then back up. So I'm going to take you before Commissioner Abrams, if that's okay, Commissioner Abrams. Okay, so Lee, Clark, Abrams, because I missed Commissioner Clark.
Commissioner Clark, if it's directly in response, I can yield my time.
Really quick comment. If everybody's seen it, there's an article in the Washington Post a couple days ago, Ann Arbor's mentioned about the affordable housing. It's really good. You should check it out. And I just thought it was interesting. There was a man in Kalamazoo that was briefly featured in it, and he's mentioned renting week by week from a landlord in a similar like short-term rental situation. So it's obviously a completely different context, but in the future, you know, short-term rental, I think we have to be careful to not mix up the platform that people are renting off of versus the idea itself of like renting it during short durations because that's all you can afford at the time. So that's it.
Great. Commissioner Lee, then Commissioner Abrams.
Thank you. All right, I want to make sure that we're scoping correctly because I've heard Mr. Leonard say, hey, council did give us a very narrow task. And I want to talk practically. So if we punt today, if we say we're going to postpone, I want to understand, if I owned a single family residential home in a residential zone, not mixed use, and I was using it as an Airbnb, what happens? I mean, like if we punt this practically, can I just like no longer, use it on Airbnb and I can't, so I've got this entire house and for the record, I don't have one. So but I just want to understand practically, we punt this and we don't address the grandfathered ones that would be in a non-conforming status. They will have homes that they just can't, they're like, oh shoot, I got to find a tenant for at least 30 days now, or else I just can't.
So under ordinance, as of March 1st, it would be an illegal short-term rental because it was not licensed by Chapter 97 and it would not be eligible for a license under Chapter 97.
Got it.
I would anticipate that there's going to be some transition period where the city is not going to be enforcing that until a conclusion is made in some response to the December resolution by City Council. However, that's not my policy decision to make. I think that there is an intention to be respectful of this direction that council asked the city staff to pursue and the planning commission by this proxy. But so the short answer is it's complicated. It would be illegal. I don't anticipate that the city is going to be writing enforcement letters on March after this meeting if it's postponed. But at some point, there would be a policy decision that this change has not been made. There is no accommodation for these regulations to be prospective instead of applying broadly. And then at some point, enforcement would happen. On the flip side, some response happens that provides an avenue for your property to be licensed under some circumstance.
Got it.
So practically, I think, frankly, whether you take action on it tonight or don't, probably doesn't matter practically. But I can't predict how long that window is, and it's just a matter of administrative decision to start enforcement.
Gotcha. I appreciate the clarification. And by the way, while we were having this discussion, I did just look on Airbnb. I just for my own edification, I've never actually looked in Ann Arbor ever. You know, I've looked in different cities before. I saw 88 that was available on next week, Wednesday. So that just is a, you know, even if you're not registering it with the city, I imagine you are probably advertising it because that's how you make your revenue. So I just wanted to make that kind of point of clarification. I'm sure there's a lot more, and sometimes they're not available, or, you know, they're booked up. But I just needed to get a sense of scale for my own sense. There's a lot here, and I know we got a ton of discussions with ADU. So I want to be respectful of everyone's time. So I'm going to try and wrap it up really quickly. Would it be fair, Mr. Leonard, to say that this request from council is coming because for a single-family residential owner that's not a principal resident that owns an Airbnb, they feel that it might not feel fair if they were operating legally until this was enacted, and that there is no mechanism for grandfathering. And it's a measure of trying to say, all right, we've made our decision as a, you know, as a city that, you know, we wanted in mixed use zones moving forward, but none in residential zones. And so would it be fair that that's what they're asking us to really kind of deliberate on? Is that kind of an accurate capture?
Yeah.
Okay. And there's a ton of, you know, I don't even know where to start. I've written down so many thoughts about, you know, healthy neighborhoods, Jane Jacobs, Eyes on the Street, you know, our role here to promote health, welfare, you know, safety. There's a lot for us to, you know, obviously, and Commissioner Gibb Randall, I think your discussion about, you know, a larger, broader view, I think, you know, I've had a lot of discussions kind of a one-off with Airbnb owners on this matter. I think it's also merited though, because I think this is a very complicated topic that doesn't have a very quick answer. Commissioner Hammerschmidt, I really appreciate your approach on saying maybe the kind of conciliatory approach would be to say that it has a sunset upon like a transaction. So if you were grandfathered in, but you sell it, you'll trigger that you no longer fit in there. While I also see Commissioner Milstein's point of, you know, maintaining property, you know, uses upon transfer. A lot of good discussions. I want to be respectful, but I just wanted to clarify and scope for all of us that basically, you know, these folks that had single family residences in neighborhoods, you know, if they're operating Airbnb, and we're doing so before this was passed, they will not have, they will just have empty houses until they can basically say, I need to find a long-term tenant. So I just wanted to make sure that that is what we're trying to address. And I hope that that is clarification for at least for us to be a little more actionable rather than, I think, theoretical. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Abrams.
I guess I want to add to the kind of what would happen if scenarios. I'm curious, you know, I keep kind of rereading the city council resolution. So that's R2473. And when I look at that language, it says it, you know, directs the city administrator and planning commission, if applicable, to develop and propose amendments to Chapter 97 and/or Chapter 55 UDC to create appropriate regulatory structure, et cetera. So I guess question one would be, you know, what would happen if we didn't do this? Like, if we vote no this evening, what are the next steps when we basically were directed to create this structure? So what happens if we say no, in effect? And then I'm wondering, you know, there is this kind of and/or in the direction. So I guess the implication there is like, is there a possibility for this to be taken care of within Chapter 97 as opposed to within the UDC?
Yeah. So if you were to, like one scenario would be that the Planning Commission does not recommend these proposed amendments. I would likely, I guess it would be based on the nature of your decision, but I'm going to jump to the conclusion that that would be emphasizing the and/or, that this should be addressed somehow in Chapter 97 rather than Chapter 55. And that recommendation would go to City Council for them to consider whether they agree and pursue Chapter 97, or they could say thank you for your recommendation and choose to enact changes to Chapter 55 regardless.
Without city council, because we're advisory. So without
city,
planning commission, because we're advisory.
correct.
And
So just to be sort of wonky, we are required to provide advice on this topic to the city council. City council makes the decision. They could make a different decision than the planning commission. They can make the same decision. They could make something in between where they modify it. But your duty and my duty is, as your support, is to deliver that recommendation in one way or the other to them. And they are the final arbiter of the actual decision of it. And they don't have to be consistent or inconsistently.
so when I read the resolution, it says that it directs us to propose amendments, not to offer opinion. I guess I don't know if I guess I'm trying to, like, how much this is the first time I think I'm encountering this kind of maybe direct
Yeah. I think
mandate in such a way where I'm just trying to really understand the deliberation and the role of this deliberation and what happens if we, I guess, resist the direction.
So I think you're being put in this position because that's my fault and my colleague's fault. You know, when it says the city administrator, that means city administrator Tom Crawford and Derek Delacourt, the community services administrator, down to yours truly. And so in us answering that, we have concluded that this is an appropriate way to accomplish that. I think, if because of that, you are being brought into it at this point to Commissioner Milstein and perhaps your frustrations. And accordingly, if your advice is, nope, it started in Chapter 97, we think it should stay there, the UDC should not parse this any more than it did previously, that's a perfectly appropriate recommendation to City Council. You could also, with that action, suggest other considerations that Council looks at. They don't have to be only accompanying a favorable recommendation. But to be clear, Council could follow your advice or go in the direction as we're presenting it to you.
Yeah, so that makes sense. I think, if it's a little bit of like mincing words, but it's like, if what I'm being asked to do is vote yes or no, I think this is the appropriate language to produce a regulatory structure to do this thing that Council wants to do. It is, in my opinion. Do I think that I agree with everything in 97? I feel like that's a different question, and that's not, I think, what I'm being asked to vote on in my capacity as a commissioner. But maybe that feels a little more black and white to me than to some of my fellow commissioners. So maybe I would want to go on the record saying, like, it would have been more useful to be asked to participate in the larger conversation and the development of Chapter 97, but I don't feel so strongly about that I'm going to kind of throw up obstacles or kind of deny, let's say, I think the adoption of a regulatory structure that would achieve what Council wants to achieve. But I hope that when Council takes this up, there is maybe a more robust conversation that gets to a lot of the points that have been brought up this evening. Thanks.
Well, fortunately, you have a colleague who will be at that table.
Who has their hand up, so yeah.
Before we go to Commissioner Milstein and Commissioner Dish, I'm going to put in my 2 cents worth here, which is I really appreciate, Commissioner Clark, what you were bringing up to put this in context. Also, I don't even remember now who effectively said, like, we're not talking about all things short-term rentals, but this is the non-conforming bit, right, within the residential districts. So in my mind, this is a relatively small area that we can nip in the bud now and move on. In my mind, it's really important, honestly, that the tables be amended within the UDC to call out short-term rentals in the different classifications, which I think it's interesting the way they came up. Again, I don't know that I would come up with that same thing, to Commissioner Abrams' point, but I think that spelling short-term rentals out as a use within the UDC is really important because it gives it a little bit more surety. Like right now, if you go to the UDC and you look at the use tables, like, well, does this fall under a B&B? Like, what is this, right? And so I think that is fundamental. I think a lot of what we're talking around right here is about the legal non-conforming status. Or at least I think that's a good part of it. For the idea at hand and what Commissioner Dish said earlier about like, hey, if we want to do something else, if we see a different role for this, like that's within our purview. But I would also say that this is not on the top of my list of things to address. I think we've got way bigger fish to fry as Planning Commission that's on our work plan personally. So this is not, even if, I'd like to like move on from this. I'm okay with as this is. I think it's following something that we already have. And I think it's really, really important actually that we amend those tables to call this out as a land use so that people know where it's allowed and where it's not. That's my 2 cents. Commissioner Milstein and Commissioner Dish, you can add.
So the more we talk about it, the more I am growing frustrated because we're being asked to come in at the last minute and sort of fix what council did. And so with that said, I plan to vote no on this. And my reason for voting no on this is because we didn't look at the whole picture here. We're looking at this little tiny picture at this point. And I think there's more to this. I think there's more to this discussion. I think there's more public engagement that needs to happen. And that is the reason why I'm going to vote no on this. Not because I disagree with what's before us. I just feel like the process that it went through is not the right process. And so that's the reason for my no vote this evening.
Thank you. Commissioner Dish.
I don't want to go, elaborate too much about this, but recall that this was passed in September, and I was watching the meeting at council when it was passed, and this was a really long runway for implementation, passed in September, and then we're going to implement it in March, because even at the discussion at the council table, they were raising, well, what about this, what about that? There was an extensive discussion, and people, they even said explicitly that night, there's stuff that needs to be fixed before this actually comes into law. So we're going to pass it, but we expect some tweaking to happen, and we're okay with that. And so I know it's weird. You feel like you're being asked to fix. I don't know, fix is the right word, or weigh in and not get to start from scratch. You're being asked to renovate a house, but we want you to put a bathroom on the roof and you think that's a bad idea. I don't know, whatever it is. But it is a weird, it is a little bit unusual, I guess. But I really appreciate what Councilmember, I appreciate what everybody said, and I appreciate the complexity of this issue, but I also appreciate that it's really important to define this land use, because right now it doesn't exist. And it's happening, but it doesn't exist in a legal way. It doesn't have a legal definition in the UDC. And so I think that is super important to remember, and you have the power to do that, and it would be most helpful if you would exercise that power. But if you really don't want to, it can work out. And I do agree that there are things that have a more consequential impact than this will on the goals of affordability and sustainability. So I think it would be great if this didn't get lingered over too long, basically.
Commissioner Lee, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I agree, Commissioner Dish, and I plan to vote yes, because I think if I was in the position of a homeowner who had one of these, and to be basically saying, oh shoot, I'm doing something illegal now, we need to make some provisions and we need to create some classification. So I just wanted to say I plan to vote yes on this one.
Any other discussion? All right, Commissioner Gabrandel.
I'm still up in the air, but one of the things that would make me feel better is if I knew that there would be some, and perhaps Councilperson Dish could just make a promise that she's going to bring this stuff, because this is, I guess, the thing that I feel like it doesn't feel all the way thought out to me. I feel like there needs to be more data gathered. I really do. And I think it's really difficult to know how it affects affordability. I think it's really hard actually to figure that out. And with affordability, there is no big one slam dunk thing. It's a bunch of little things all working together to do it. And I feel like this could be part of that. So I because it's been defined in such a narrow way, I will grudgingly, I think, vote yes for this because I see its role. But I also feel like this is not fully baked. And I really look forward and hope that there will be a more substantial discussion around some of these things as it relates to, especially affordability for me. That's the piece I think that I feel like is really missing here, because I mean, it is tied to supply. There's just no way to get around that. And I think that, again, I don't know what that right size is, and it doesn't sound like that's necessarily our role here, but I just would be willing to vote for it if that would get translated into the next iteration for the city council.
I'm seeing a nod. Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Super quickly, kind of tagging onto that. I'm a little bit torn too now between this, like, you know, if it's in chapter 55, then the use transfers. If they maybe did it in 97, like the use wouldn't transfer. I understand what we're voting on today. I don't know that this conversation needs to happen again, but if we're asking Council Member Dish to bring more stuff up at council, I mean, I would be interested in council having a discussion on that as well, because it sounded like that might have been their original intent to like not have the use necessarily transfer with the property. So just, you know, possibly bringing that up for more discussion at that point too. I think that it makes sense in the UDC. I do, for reasons I think Commissioner Mills that you stated, and the Jefferson Market example really helped me as well. I think, you know, we can't just sort of pick and choose, like we like this use, so like this can continue and you can sell it and it's fine, but we don't like this use, so like you can't do that. But I would like council to, if possible, have, you know, more of that discussion, just because I thought their original intent was what I always assumed, that like you're cool, you're grandfathered for now, but you sell it and it's done. So just hearing more discussion on that, I think from council would help the community also.
And to add to that conversation, Mr. Leonard, what happens if the tables are amended, but the section about the nonconformity is not in there? Is that just further gray area now? Because it
would be further gray area, and sorry, I'm trying to think. I think it would sort of go back to the sort of classification that Commissioner Sauvé and I discussed. I think that would not provide a clear answer to those uses not being legal because they weren't in the ordinance, or were they dwelling units? And I think my personal, if I were king, would probably be the former. I don't think that they function as a dwelling unit. But I think without the non-conforming provision with the definition, you're sort of not providing a pressure release valve to that question.
So the other way to write the legal non-conforming is just to be very clear that like you had to meet these hoops to get that status, and from Brett as king definition, they wouldn't meet those hoops. But those hoops right now are kind of vague. Is that fair?
Well, again, we are, from a UDC perspective, it is establishing that you were doing this defined use prior to this date. We're not saying how you prove that, but you have to prove it.
Okay.
And if you can, and the city asserts and agrees, then you've proved it, and that status is applied. If you cannot prove that, that status is not attained.
Got it. And it's not our job generally. It's not within UDC for other things about how you go about proving it. That's an interpretation I mean, like, is that fair?
Yeah, and it happens all the time. Was this, a property is trying to be certified as a duplex, but it's never been certified and it's in an R1 zone. What is the history of that? Is there any history that it was established before that restriction of a zoning perspective? Has the city ever taken any action acknowledging that? So that happens on a regular basis in administering the code. But it's applying nonconformities more in a general way.
Okay. Got it. Thanks. I don't know. I mean, that doesn't change my thing, which is I think we need to amend the table. And I think having Commissioner Dish taking this discussion about like, just so you know, we're being consistent in how we address nonconformities, but we don't know that this meets your intent. So as long as you can communicate that to your colleagues, that like, if it's sold to another non-owner occupied structure, it can continue this way. I think that satisfies my concerns. Commissioner Lee.
I'll make this really brief. This is just regarding Jane Klingston's email. And I just wanted to confirm that the legal non-conforming use only really applies to like the use portion of it, but it'll still have to, meet building fire codes, have valid certificate of occupancy, so that this isn't like some blanket non-conformance with respect to, it's like lawlessness, but it's just narrowly specific to the use. So I just wanted clarity on that.
Yes, and I think this is your intention, but I just want to be crystal clear. The rental certification requires when you are renting property. So that is required when that is occurring. If this is an accessory to your owner occupied home, we do not inspect your home. This is an accessory use to that. So under that circumstances, under Chapter 97, that would not be inspected. So if you are the owner of your home and you live there and you are availing yourself and registering it as a short-term rental homestay or whole house, that is not a rental property in the eyes of this ordinance or our property maintenance code. So I don't think that was your intention, but I just want to be crystal clear about that.
Yep, my question was aimed at the non-principal residents.
Yes, those have to be inspected on a regular routine basis.
Because I just think Jane brought up a good point. I just want to make sure it was addressed. So thank you.
Can we have a roll call vote? People ready? Okay, Mr. Leonard, please.
Commissioner Sauvé to start us off.
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Yes.
Commissioner Dish.
Yes.
Commissioner Lee.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Commissioner Mills.
Yes.
Commissioner Milstein.
No.
Commissioner Gibrandal.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, folks, it is 9:45. I need to stretch. I imagine you do too. Let's take 10 minutes to stretch and get a glass of water for coming back. If you are following along with us, when we come back, we will be talking about accessory dwelling unit standards.
At 9:55.
9:55. 9:55. And we are on to item number 9B, which is the proposed amendments to the accessory dwelling unit standards in Chapter 55. And so once Mr. Leonard gives the presentation, I think we will take some clarification questions before, if anybody has anything to be clear before we take the calls.
Thank you. While I'm happy to participate in the discussion, I'm actually going to leave it to City Planner Chris Chang, who is going to walk you through a set of proposed changes to the UDC. I'll just sort of set the stage. As a reminder, the Planning Commission set consideration of these a set of amendments to accessory dwelling units as part of your work plan. So what Chris is going to present is sort of a compilation of some proposed changes that were previously discussed by the Planning Commission and forwarded to City Council but were not enacted, as well as some additional proposed changes based on both the working session on February 9th and the Ordinance Revisions Committee meeting of February 23rd, if I have that date right. With that, I'll leave it to Chris.
All right, thank you very much. I think Brett did a pretty good job of covering that. We took it to the February 9th working session meeting, and then the most recent one, which was February 23rd, which is our Ordinance Revisions Committee meeting. And from that meeting, just as a refresher for the members on the ORC and the members at home, we did strike out that the owner shall occupy either the ADU or the single family dwelling on the property, except for temporary absences not to exceed a combined total of 6 months in a calendar year. We also struck out a deed restriction that runs with the land on a form to be provided by the city shall be filed with the Register of Deeds prior to occupancy, and it shall incorporate the following restrictions. The ADU may not be sold separately from the single family dwelling. The owner occupancy requirement of section 5.16.d.2, and the deed restriction shall be in effect until the ADU is removed. And we also, from that meeting, decided to strike that at least one off-street parking space shall be provided for the ADU unless the property is within a quarter mile of a bus stop. Then an additional parking space is required. Tandem or stacked parking in a driveway may count toward the off-street parking requirement if not located in the front yard setback. Upon research, just about every home in the city of Ann Arbor is within a quarter mile and has tandem parking. Just again, to refresh the members, what we're seeking is to add accessory dwelling units and all of the residential zoning districts. This includes R1, R2, R3, R4, but not R6, which is the mobile park district. We did make some changes that was in the staff report. It's got a new format, but the minimum lot area, floor area requirements for ADU, we previously had it where if it was under 5,000 square feet, it wasn't eligible. So this chart now is showing that if it's less than 7,200 square feet, you can build up to a 600 square foot accessory dwelling unit. If you're over that 7,200 square feet, you can build up to an 800 square foot accessory dwelling unit. Again, this one was more just for clarification. The ADU should not be occupied by more than the number of occupants permitted by section 5.161A, except that only 2 unrelated persons plus their offspring living as a single housekeeping unit may occupy the ADU. That language is hopefully a little clearer, but an ADU is permitted as or within any legally conforming accessory building. The total number of persons residing in the primary dwelling unit and the ADU combined shall not exceed the limits specified in section 5.161A, except A, that only 2 unrelated persons plus their offspring living as a single housekeeping unit may occupy the ADU, and B, when a functional family is allowed by special exception use. And again, we've struck out, and this was in our previous February 9th working session, the ADU shall be designed so the appearance of the building remains that of a single family residence or a detached accessory building such as a garage or a carriage house. Any new entrances shall be located on the side of the building or the rear of the building. We did strike out an ADU is permitted in a legally conforming accessory building that was constructed before December 31st, 2016. Additionally, if the existing accessory building is more than 200 square feet of floor area, then it may be replaced or modified and used as an ADU as long as the newer modified accessory building is legally conforming a non-conforming accessory building that was constructed before December 31st of 2016, which is over 200 square feet of floor area, may be replaced or modified and used as an ADU as long as the new or modified accessory building is legally conforming. That's a lot of words to say. An ADU is permitted as or within any legally conforming accessory building. So we've taken out the requirement that you had to have a detached accessory structure back in 2016 that was conforming in at least 200 square feet. So what is the new language? It is an ADU is permitted on a lot that has one single family dwelling as the principal use. An ADU or single family dwelling that is not owner occupied shall be subject to periodic housing inspection as required by section 8:511. Leasing or rental of the ADU for less than 30 days continues to be prohibited. And I think from our last couple of meetings, and this was shown at the ORC, there was questions about, getting some data from how many ADUs or how many single family parcels are in the city. It's a little difficult to read on this one, but I'll read it out loud. There are 17,658 parcels old R1A through R1E. Those are single family residential. But the way the old ordinance was written, 16,948 of those were greater than 5,000 square feet. So about 96% of them actually qualified for the ADU. As part of the ADUs, of the homesteaded properties, 15,203 parcels of those single family homes are homesteaded, which means they're, for the most part, owner occupied. So 86% of the homes are owner occupied. Again, what we're considering now is the R2A through the R4D. And as you can see through the statistics, there are 2,519 total parcels for the R2, which is basically the duplex district. Of those, 1,684 are less than 8,500 square feet. And we use that number because typically if you were over the 8,500 square feet, we feel that they would probably develop those as duplexes and probably not go for the ADU. And of those, 1,044 are homesteaded, which is 62%. And this is just the R2A and B districts. In the R3 and R4, which is townhouse and multifamily, there are 4,602 parcels that are less than the minimum lot size. And of those, 2,961 are homesteaded or owner occupied, which is about approximately 64%. In the R4B, there are 676 parcels less than the minimum lot size of 14,000 square feet. 324 or 48% are homesteaded. In the R4C, there are 1,899 parcels, but only 25 are homesteaded. So less, or approximately 0.01% of them are owner occupied. And then finally for the R4D, there are 107 parcels, 60 of them are homesteaded, so approximately 56%. And we can go back and refer to these if we need to during the discussion. As we move on, as a reminder for those at home, there are certain types of ADUs. You have the interior attached, which are typically possibly in the basement, maybe the attic, adding a floor. You've also got the addition, which can be on the rear or the side of the house, as long as it's still continuing to meet the side setbacks and the rear setbacks. And then finally, the detached ADU, which you can see in blue on the bottom of the page, which is typically more like a garage. It would have to meet, it can't take up 35% of your rear yard and be at least 3 feet from the side and the rear lot line. And here's what a typical garage, if you're looking at a detached ADU with parking and the residence above. And I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Kahn. I think there was questions from our last either our ORC or working session regarding how other communities across the country have done their ADUs and if they were either owner occupied or not. So hopefully Jeff is on the line. And just let me know when to switch. Yep, and just let me know when to switch slides for you, Jeff.
Okay, Chris. I added a few slides from my journeys around the country that illustrate what various ADUs look like. This one happens to be in Sacramento County in California, a new town called Laguna West that was started in the 1980s. You can see a sort of a front image and a side image. Chris, you can advance the slide. This is in Kentlands, which is another new town. Gaithersburg, Maryland, that shows actually a three-story unit, which is a little taller than what we would allow here in Ann Arbor, but I thought it was a nice illustration. Next slide. And this is in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, in a community called Ion, which shows a two-story accessory dwelling unit to the right side of the screen. In this case, it's a detached unit. Chris, you can go to the next slide. This is an image showing how common ADUs are in the two cities in America that seem to have the most or close to the most ADUs in comparison to Vancouver, British Columbia. Vancouver has a lot of them. I think extreme housing costs in Vancouver have resulted in policymakers, looking at all sorts of options. I did have a chance to explore other American cities that are either contemplating waiving the occupancy requirements, the owner occupancy requirements, and cities that already have them. Seattle and Portland have them. And as far as I could tell, the number of ADUs increased quite substantially after the owner occupancy requirement was removed. The state of California, just a couple years ago, passed a statute that prohibited local governments from imposing an owner occupancy requirement on ADUs, and I believe they have a 5-year term on that particular statute, which I believe expires in 2025. Since then, California has witnessed a pretty substantial increase in accessory dwelling units in a number of cities throughout the state. Chris, you want to go to the next slide?
Oh, so that, do you have anything else to add, Jeff? Before I can do the summary?
Last thing I would add is I looked at sister cities here in the Midwest and around the country, like Bloomington and Madison and Eugene, Oregon and Boulder. They all had occupancy requirements, owner occupancy requirements. So the two cities that I could tell that did not were Seattle and Portland. It's my understanding that Minneapolis is considering removing the owner occupancy requirement. But at this point, those are the two cities that I found that had it. And I think that's about it from me, Chris.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. As you look at this slide, I just did some quick calculations. If I'm correct on what I just presented on the data, if we did 1% for the city of Ann Arbor in just the single family R1 district, that would total 177 ADUs. We currently have 23 that are either built or proposed in the city of Ann Arbor in the last 5 years. And if we did a 1% of the R2 through the R4s, I calculated we'd have approximately 90 added to the stock. So if we were around that 1%, I think we're going to be around 167 ADUs altogether, the R1 all the way up to the R4s. So just in short, just to sum up what I think we've just discussed regarding the ADUs, is that they'll be permitted on parcels with one single family dwelling as the principal use in any residential district. We've struck out the one dwelling occupied by owner, that there's no requirement for recorded deed restriction with specific content. An ADU is permitted as or within any legally conforming accessory building. The total number of persons residing in the primary dwelling unit and the accessory dwelling unit combined shall not exceed the limits specified in section 5.16.1A, except that A, that only two unrelated persons plus their offspring living as a single housekeeping unit may occupy the ADU, or B, when a functional family is allowed by special exception use. The minimum 30-day stay is still required, and that 600 square foot ADUs on 7,200 square foot lots or less, and 800 square foot ADU on greater than 7,200 square foot lots. And we've also proposed one parking space for ADU or none if within a quarter mile from the bus stop be stricken. Next step. So we've gone through the ordinance revisions committee. That was back on 2/23. We're continuing our public engagement as the ordinance progresses. The next steps, Planning Commission consideration of ADUs, that's tonight, depending on where that goes. And if it does get either approved, denied, we would then move on to city council action. And please, to the public, please follow along at our website, a2gov.org/planning. And with that, that concludes the presentation. I'm here for any questions you may have, and we can refer back to any slides you may like. Mr. Leonard.
So I just want to add one for the benefit of the whole commission, and if any members of the Ordinance Revisions Committee want to respond to this as well, we heard during the working session when we were sort of broadly soliciting community feedback on this, some by no means unanimous, but some feedback and questions about the owner occupancy requirement associated with accessory dwelling units. I would categorize the discussion at the Ordinance Revisions Committee meeting to be interested but not resolved in that proposed change. And so where staff has come from is proposing that change with the ultimate goal of realizing more accessory dwelling units in the community. So I wanted to be clear that I think the Ordinance Revisions Committee meeting or committee was sort of still wrestling with that requirement, but I wanted to provide that little bit of rationale why, from a starting point, staff feels like if part of the goal of these changes is to realize more accessory dwelling units, we believe that change would accomplish that. So that's all I wanted to add.
I have a point of clarification before we open up the public hearing, and that is just when you, on this slide, when you're talking about the overall goals, I just want to make sure what's still in there is the kind of note in table 5.6-2 about the floor area, that we're still proposing that there be a limitation of the floor area pegged to the floor area of the ground floor of the primary structure, right?
That is correct.
Okay, great. I didn't pay attention enough to that slide, so that's helpful. Any other points of clarification? Commissioner Abrams and then Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Could you advance to that summary slide that you had up a second ago? That was helpful. Thank you. Could you just summarize what the occupancy limits are in section 5.16.1.a?
Yes, I think that's where we were discussing the definition of family at one of our meetings, the previous meeting. So this
and related persons, I think, right?
Correct. So
Yeah.
what we're stating is we're keeping things essentially the same as they are, that if you're in an R1 or an R2 district, you get up to 4 people, and the maximum you're going to get in that ADU is 2. But if you happen to be in the R3 or the R4, which does allow for 6 unrelated individuals, you're still capped at 6, but you can have an ADU, 4 in the principal structure, 2 in the ADU, or you could have less than 4 in the principal structure, but you're still maxed out at 6 unrelated.
So in R1, 4.
R-
4, sorry. Did you say, sorry, you said there's a version where the ADU maxes out is at 2?
So yeah, so in the R1 and the R2 zoning districts, those are the
Right.
single family and 2 family. Those currently are at 4. They're still going to remain at 4. And with
Okay.
2 of them being in the ADU. So you could have 2 in the principal structure, 2 in the ADU. In the R3 and the R4 districts, you're still capped at 6 individuals, but you still only can have 2 unrelated individuals in the ADU.
But in the R1 and R2, can you have 4 in the principal and 2 in the ADU?
No. Your total
4.
is 4. The maximum at any ADU, whether it's in R1, 2, 3, or 4, you can have 2 unrelated individuals.
Adults. This doesn't include offspring.
That's correct.
Right. Okay. And then what is it? Can you help me understand what a functional family is?
Wow.
Allowed by special exception use?
Well,
So a functional family would be some family that receives a special exception use and you as the planning commission decide that it is functioning in a manner of a family, but it potentially exceeds the unrelated limit, and is not relationship. So there could be
what was the example, Mr. Leonard, that maybe some of the commissioners remember we had? Were they priests or clergy or something that wanted to live in a house?
Yeah.
And I forgot how many that it was. And, we said, and I believe it was approved that they could have maybe 6 priests living together in a household. And we consider that as a special exception, as that's a family.
I see. Okay. That's my only clarification. Thank you.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Related to that, is there a way, I read one of the public comments that said this was incredibly confusing, and I have to agree. Is there a way we could make a table or something that makes it a little more clear, that shows, like, if you're in R1, this is your ADU cap, this is your, like the things, Mr. Chang, that you just sort of walked through, to make it a little easier for people to understand, because this is like, there's a lot of stuff in here that there's definitions that you have to go find. And I don't know, any way that we can make this portion a little less like murky, I think would be really helpful, just for the ordinance. But 2 points of clarification. One is really minor, but the R4C, I think the percentage is actually supposed to be 1%, not 0.01% of homesteaded. Not that that's still very tiny, but just thought 0.01 was strange. My real question, or point of clarification, where is for the setbacks within 3 feet of lot lines? I saw a lot of commentary on that as well. Where did the 3 feet number come from?
So we have an existing accessory structure in our ordinance. And so let's just use a garage for an example, not an ADU. Any type of garage, we're using that it must be at least a minimum of 3 feet from the rear and the side property line, and cannot take up more than 35% of your rear yard. That's where it's coming from. This is a zoning minimum. If the building department decides there's other structures, it has to be, that's when you get into, does it have to be set back further because it has to be fire rated, or if there's other issues? I'm saying from a zoning perspective, if you're 3 feet from the side and the rear, we would allow a 21-foot tall garage. We've used that also for the accessory structure.
Okay, so sort of following on to what we've had existing.
If you wanted to convert existing garages.
Okay,
yes.
But if somebody applied for a permit to construct an ADU and an inspector came out and made an assessment that, like, in fact, no, you have to be well more than 3 feet away from the property line because of XYZ, then that determination would be made then, and it would not be built 3 feet to the property line.
I mean,
does that make sense?
It's case by case. I would leave it up to either building code. Maybe there's a utility easement that they don't want. You have overhead lines. There are issues that, underground utilities, we just don't know, but that's why I look at it from a zoning perspective. There could be building department perspectives on it too.
And
if I could just jump in on that, I want to put it in perspective. And some of the architects on the commission might have a better understanding of this than me do, or I do, but I think there's potentially like a 5-foot requirement from a fire code rating potentially. So I just want to be clear that it's not necessarily that the building code is going to say you can't be governed by accessory structure setbacks. You have to be governed by principal house. I think that those adjustments, unless it was something that Chris indicated that there's some particular attribute of the property, you're probably talking about a couple of feet that might be the building code might be impacting. You're not going to be talking like 10 feet. So I just want to be clear and upfront about that.
Okay, thank you.
And Chris, unless there's other questions about it, to your question, I'm happy to share sort of a piece that we have been working on, sort of a summary table to see if that resonates with the question you had, Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd probably help.
Oh, things just moved. Commissioner Sauvé, and then Commissioner Clark. No, my hand's up over your, never mind.
Okay. I had a question about the long-term rentals, now that we have that terminology. Is there And so they'd have to be registered as a rental. Is there any case that an ADU would not be registered as a rental? And who would occupy the ADU if you didn't register it as a rental?
If the ADU was occupied by the owner of the property and they were renting out the main single-family dwelling, then the ADU would not be registered, the house would be.
Could there be a circumstance where my extended family would live in the ADU and I would not have to register it, or would it still require renter registration?
I would have to, that's not a question I'd have to follow up. I don't know how that arrangement would work. I'm sure that question comes up, like if somebody bought a duplex and, you know, a family member lives on the other side. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. I just want to clarifying some of those rental terms, since we just got off of it, is helpful to start this conversation. Thanks.
Any other points of clarification before we open up the public hearing? And Mr. Leonard, you are sharing the kind of the summary table, which is super helpful to me. But I've been distracted by reading it. I'll ask you, I'm going to first open up the public hearing, and maybe along the way you can tell us what the plan is for sharing that. So this is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about the proposed UDC amendments regarding accessory dwelling units. Public comment can be made by calling 877-853-5247 and then entering meeting ID 929-1620-2435. City staff will select callers that have raised their hand one by one, calling on you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. You raise your hand by pressing *9 on your phone. You'll hear an automated announcement once the host is allowing you to speak. Please, when speaking, move to a quiet area and mute any television or background sounds so that we can hear you clearly. Please also state your name and address at the beginning of your comments, and please do keep them to 3 minutes or less. Thank you. I see a queue already starting.
Caller with the phone number ending with 326. Caller with the phone number ending with 326. If you can unmute your phone, you have 3 minutes to address the
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me? This is
We
Jeff
can.
Crockett again.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I live at 506 East Kingsley. And just a moment, I'm going to get into a different room right here so you won't get feedback. I wrote yesterday expressing 5 concerns about the proposed ADU ordinance revision, including its confusing language, no enforcement considerations, omission of its potential impact on property taxes and fees for utilities, the absence of an owner occupancy requirement, and misleading statements about who the ADU ordinance actually benefits. I won't repeat all these concerns, but I would like you to consider the following scenario. Imagine that you are a senior citizen who has lived in a single-family zone neighborhood for the last 40 years. Your wife passed away, and you are living by yourself. Your children live on the West Coast. This person does not participate in social media and has limited computer skills. One day, his neighbor next door calls him and indicates that he has sold his property to an absentee investor and that he has left the area. Several days later, the senior citizen hears a tractor in the neighbor's backyard and asks the worker what is going on. He learns that a 21-foot tall, 800 square foot of living space detached structure was being built 3 feet from the lot line. The new owner did not contact them about these plans, and the citizens did not know how to contact the new owner. He asked the worker how this could be allowed, and the worker replied that a new ordinance had recently been passed to allow the structure. It was called an accessory dwelling unit, or an ADU. The senior citizen was stunned and could not understand how the law could have been changed without him knowing about it. He had received no written notice. The construction lasted for 8 months, and the noise during the day was unbearable. After the construction was completed, 6 people moved in the main structure, and 4 more moved in the attached structure. The senior citizen was very confused. How could these numbers be allowed? So he called City Hall and explained the situation to the operator, who forwarded the senior citizen to a voicemail. He waited and waited, but no response. He had no idea what to do. Think again if you think this is an unlikely scenario. So I would encourage you that this is a can of worms that you're opening. Please do not approve this ordinance revision with the removal of the residency requirement without robust citizen engagement and without an enforcement provision that includes an increase in enforcement staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 556. Caller with the phone number ending with 556. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Ralph McKee, 1116 Red Oak. Can you hear okay?
We can.
I won't go too far into the notice issue because I think Mr. Crockett spelled that out in great depth, and I would echo that. I guess I have a different perspective on it. I just got a postcard in the mail Saturday telling me all about snow removal, which is pretty much over this winter. The city just sent that out. It seems to me that if we can send out a notice about snow removal at the end of the winter, we could send out a postcard to the homeowners that might be affected by this. It wouldn't cost any more than that one did. And you might get maybe more people than you'd want at this particular public hearing, but people would actually know about this before it happened. And that I think is extremely important. The second topic I had is about the lot lines that Chris just explained a minute ago. I used to live near Hazley, across the street. My house was next to a corner lot. My bedroom window was 5 feet from the lot line. If you could, my neighbor, if this ordinance passed, could have built a 21-foot thing that would look down into my bedroom window from 8 feet away. It seems to me that and again, I want to make clear that I'm in favor of expanding ADUs to all zoning districts, and I'd like to see more of them built. But I think that's way too close, and I don't think you should rely on the building department to move it back a couple of feet. It should be 10 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet, something like that. And this is different than a garage or an artist studio. This is where someone's living all the time, and you're living 8 feet away from them potentially all the time. I don't think that's good. The third item is the owner occupancy requirement. I heard some, not detail, but some data points about owner occupancy removal of that requirement would result potentially in more ADUs. I would stress what kind of ADUs and how expensive they are and what happened to the house. The point that Mr. Crockett made, I think, is a very good one. If you don't have data as to what those ADUs were,
30 more seconds.
Then you don't really know what you have. And I would bet that this will open up a wave of investor buys of modest housing, which again will be not in the housing stock, just like the STR issue, and you'll end up with double expensive rentals and a loss of modest sale housing. And I just don't think that's a result that you necessarily want. I think what we really need to do is look at alternative financing for ADUs, city guarantee of the loan or something like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 259. Caller with the phone number ending with 259. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Good evening. My name is Megan Fennick, and I live at 1305 Hutchins Avenue. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak. It is our hope that the Planning Commission will have a significant and meaningful discussion as to what the term occupancy means in regard to an ADU. To state the facts, if an owner-occupied short-term rental vacates their home completely and rents it as a short-term rental for whatever period of time they wish, that person is still said to be an occupant and the principal resident. In contrast, an ADU owner is not said to be the principal resident or occupant of the portion of their home that is an ADU, regardless of how often they might rent it or if the owner uses it for their personal use. This definition has a serious impact on ADU owners and would-be ADU owners. We hope that you can reconcile the disparate treatment of the two types of owner occupancy definitions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 340. Caller with the phone number ending with 340. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Yes, good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Luis Vasquez. I live in the First Ward at 1442 Pontiac Trail. And I'm calling in support of all of the proposed amendments to the ADU ordinance, specifically the removal of the 5,000 square foot lot size minimum requirement, the removal of additional parking requirements as the majority of the proposed ADUs are within a quarter mile of a bus stop, the removal of the requirement that the owner of the property resides on the property, and lastly, to ensure the maximum occupancy is maintained. I'm referring to also to communication that you may have received today from resident Jean Henry, and I'm just kind of dovetailing those sentiments that she has. She related to you a very personal story about why she would build an ADU on her property. I don't have the same exact circumstances as Jean Henry does, but I have very similar circumstances in terms of wanting to take care of an aging parent, and also looking forward to myself and my wife aging in place on our properties in Ann Arbor. So once again, I'm in support of these proposed amendments. Thank you very much for your time. Good luck.
Thank you. There's a bunch of people on the line. If you would like to join the queue to speak, please press *9 on your phone to raise your hand. We don't have many in the line right now, so this is your chance.
Caller with the phone number ending with 347. Caller with the phone number ending with 347. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Hello, my name is. Hello, my name is.
Ma'am, I think there's some feedback because of. I think there's some feedback, perhaps. Maybe
no, that was my dog barking
okay.
at somebody.
All right, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'll begin. May I start my 3 minutes now?
Yes, go for it.
My name is Chris Crockett. I live in an R4C neighborhood on East Kings Lane, the old Fourth Ward Historic District. When this ADU idea was first presented, it was presented as a way for seniors to age in place. Now it is anything but that. The way that you are currently configuring it, with no requirement for owner occupancy, it will become a radical vehicle to be viewed as an instrument for corporations, foreign money interests, and absentee landlords to buy houses, build another house on the same lot, and then rent them both. Whether such wealthy entities earn money on any of those properties is often irrelevant to them. It can serve as a corporate loss or a convenient way to hide or launder money. That's already happening in Ann Arbor. These groups, with their endlessly deep pockets, pay cash for houses with no contingencies. They already do that all over town. That's a significant factor in our neighborhood. There are realtors who specialize in helping corporate and foreign groups snap up deals. They don't live here, and they will never live here. They only want a safe place to put their money, not a good place to live. This will not bring down rents. They don't even care if there is a payback for years, as long as their money is safely cosseted in an Ann Arbor house. Ann Arbor real estate is secure. For those with huge amounts of money, that's not even a pressing consideration. These practices already squeeze out first-time and middle-class buyers, the people who have to get a mortgage. Those who are just starting jobs and families, well, that's just too bad for them, isn't it? They get to pay rent and never gain any equity in any kind of property because they can't afford to live here. As for people with children who would attend our schools and participate in the life of the community, there will be no place for them in this kind of Ann Arbor. They will just be priced out, and that's already happening. How can you even consider such an imprudent program which would completely transform Ann Arbor for the worst? I agree with Ralph in his phone call earlier this evening when he said if you can send out postcards at the end of the snow season to tell us to remove snow from the sidewalks, you can inform the community via postcard about this radical change. This is not a tweak. This is huge.
Thank you.
Mr. Solberg, you have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Thank you. I'm calling in to say that these changes are not tweaks. You are not relaxing the rules. These are extremely drastic changes from the current situation. Specifically, the biggest two that make a big difference is removing the owner-occupied requirement and allowing brand new construction of 800 square foot detached habitable structures outside of the building envelope. The net effect of those two in particular will be, as the last caller said, cash buyers, investors, outbidding homeowners, particularly on the more modest end of the market. And these, I know graduate students would like more rental units close into town where it would appeal to them, but these more modest houses that are going to get bought up and turned into 2 rentals on the lot are not going to be the ones close into town. They're going to be spread throughout the more modest neighborhoods farther out. So we do have another way to increase the housing stock close into town. And it's not really that hard. You brought up the slide talking about the number of R2 units that are out there, and I believe the total number was 2,519. A lot of those are under the minimum lot size, so they can't be developed as a duplex currently. If we just change the minimum lot size, the lot widths. So for example, right now, if you're under 8,500 square feet, but close, you still can't build a duplex. You only get one house on that. We could change that rule. Or if you're less than 60 feet wide, you're 58 feet wide, you can't have a duplex on that lot. But you could if we change that rule. The number of units we could add to our housing stock in the close-in areas that would appeal specifically to the grad students, and I know because I'm a landlord for a lot of grad students, and we have a lot of R2 properties that are already duplexes. You could change that rule and have many more than the 167 you're looking at 1% if you change the ADU rules. And the ADU rules are not going to achieve, it's going to be a very different mix. We're going to lose home ownership. People trying to buy houses here and won't be able to, like the last caller said, they're going to buy a house on the outskirts of town instead. So then they're going to, there would be people who would want to buy here and who are forced to commute in because they're going to have to buy a home. They're going to have to buy a home outside of town. So we're kind of mixing up our goals here. The goal is not simply how many more ADUs we can get. The goals is how can we meet our overall community goals. And I do have a comment about financing. Banks are lending on these. The only problem is the number of comps. And that doesnn't take that many ADUs. We don't need this drastic a change to get a few more comps. The banks will lend. Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 043. Caller with the phone number ending with 043. Can unmute your phone using *6 to address the Planning Commission.
Hello?
We hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you. My name is Cynthia Aka, and I'm at 810 Henry. And I have just these open-ended questions that I would certainly need answered. And that is, one, what is the real need of additional ADUs? Secondly, who's asking for this? Who's inquiring about this? In the last discussion about the Airbnbs, we obviously know that people have bought homes intention to that. So I'm asking, who is asking for this change? So, and lastly, I find it highly upsetting that you're requesting these changes and there isn't anything out there to contact a neighbor to notify them that there's going to be another unit in the, right next to you in the backyard. And I also agree with the other callers in terms of absolutely they'll have investors buying these modest single family homes and building other units on top of that and just really outpricing the market. If they're ADUs, they absolutely, positively should be owner occupied. Why would you get rid of, and what's the motivation of getting rid of it not being owner occupied? I'd like that question discussed. What's the point? Why does it not have to be, why are you removing owner occupancy? Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 820. Caller with the phone number ending with 820. You can unmute your phone using *6 and address the Planning Commission.
*6 to unmute. The person on the line whose phone number ends in 820, if you press *6 on your phone, you should be able to unmute so that we can hear you.
Apologies for that.
No problem. We can hear you now.
Great. Hi, I'm Victoria. I live on Henry Street off of South Industrial. And just echoing previous callers where I just really don't understand what is driving this kind of significant change to the ordinance around ADUs, especially removing the owner occupancy rate. During the presentation, there was some reference to other cities that didn't have owner occupancy requirements for ADUs. That felt kind of glossed over, or maybe I just missed the context there, but I'm curious about what the impact has been in other cities that don't have an owner occupancy requirement for properties that have ADUs. So I would like to hear a little bit more discussion on that. And overall, just continue to be between this and actions being taken around short-term rentals and Airbnbs in residential neighborhoods, and just growing increasingly concerned by who all is motivating actions being taken by this Planning Commission, respectfully. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 773. Caller with the phone number ending with 773. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Hello, this is Kate again on 1519 Anderson Avenue. As a prospective home buyer, I've definitely been lost out on houses we put in offers on to people with all cash offers. But I think these changes seem like they really fit the bill in terms of like the request to make it easier to build ADUs. And I think that seems like a really important thing for increasing density. And it seems like this really has addressed some of the critical like impediments that have been faced as people have been trying to add ADUs to increase density. So it seems like it's really done a good job of addressing some of those critical things like the parking and some of the lot size limits. So I think this seems like a great step in making it easier to add more than 23 ADUs to our city. Thanks.
Thank you. There are other callers on the line, I think, who haven't spoken yet. If you would like to get in the queue, it's *9 to raise your hand and indicate that.
Caller with a phone number ending with 644. Caller with a phone number ending with 644. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Boris. I live at 1726 Charlton. While City Council and Planning Commission often promote the impression that ADUs are a mom and pop sort of enterprise, which will have minimum impact on the community, loosening the restrictions on building ADUs will drastically change this. Out-of-town real estate investors are watching what happens regarding Ann Arbor ADUs, and they would love to get into the act. Meanwhile, many of the more than 20,000 Ann Arbor single-family households who would be directly affected by a loosening of ADU restrictions have not yet heard that this is being considered. The most significant proposed change is to allow a second detached habitable structure to be constructed in the setbacks in all single-family zoning categories. That means that a second house could be constructed on every lot in every single-family zoning category. In my view, if 2 detached houses are allowed where only one house was allowed previously, then this is in effect a rezoning. That means that each of the more than 20,000 affected Ann Arbor households should be notified by a postcard that this rezoning process has begun. Mailing all of us a postcard announcing the rezoning process is the fair and equitable thing to do. It would allow for the maximum number of Ann Arbor residents to take part in the public process. I thank you for listening to this, and I want to mention that I got 2 postcards about snow removal. So I'm sure the city can afford to send the 20,000 affected households a postcard that would tell them what is happening, what is being proposed, because most people have no idea. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Caller with a phone number ending with 542. Caller with a phone number ending with 542. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Hi, my name is Kate McCune. I live at 1912 Anderson, up behind Fraser's. And this is such an interesting topic. And I will say that from 5,000 feet high and thinking about it theoretically, it's a great idea. And I have talked to Zach Ackerman about it a couple times because we have, those of you who might know this neighborhood, we have very long, narrow lots. We're about a mile from downtown. We have a yard that could easily, at the very bottom of our yard, put a small 2-story house that would be ideal for a single person or a couple who, you know, we have a lot of friends who work in retail. It would be their dream to live this close to downtown. But when we looked into it, it's a really expensive proposition, and we would be doing it basically for altruism. And you know, we could yet do that. It could be a great aging in place solution, but when we die, this is going to be a spectacularly expensive property. And I wonder who the resident owner is who is going to buy it. And like many of the other callers, I worry that this kind of property will turn more residential property into rentals. Whether or not that's a bad thing, I don't know. But I think that at the heart of that, the council really and the planning commission really needs to consider that. Another piece of it, it's a little picky inside baseball, is about setbacks. Don't let this one slip by you. Our lots are very narrow. Most people in our neighborhood have about 10 feet between each other and then these spectacular long backyards. It works because it was originally built house, garage, house, garage, house, garage. So we are not looking at our neighbors. If you allow this 3-foot setback, which was designed not for buildings that human beings live in, you are going to have people really, really cheek to jowl close to each other in a way that I do not think deals in good faith with the zoning, at least in my neighborhood, and with the kind of good faith people bought their properties for.
3 more seconds.
They bought these properties because they expected a certain kind of life, and I agree with the previous caller who said, you're essentially changing the zoning significantly, and I think you have to think about that in some way. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 975. Caller with the phone number ending with 975. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Good evening. This is Joan Lowenstein. I'm a former council member and former planning commissioner. And I know that all of you listen to these public comments all the time and hear many of the same things all the time. So I hope that you will recognize fear-mongering when you hear it. And many of the callers who have called are simply fear-mongering. We saw this slide at the beginning that Jeff Kahn showed that even when there's no restriction on the owner occupation of an ADU, only 1% of all the homes actually have these kinds of ADUs. And so the idea that especially, and I'm using air quotes here, foreign buyers will come in and buy up all the property so that they can build these expensive ADUs, which often cost, the last time I saw it, about $200,000 to build on an ADU. It's simply ridiculous. And again, it's fear-mongering. The reason to remove some of these barriers for ADUs is to increase the availability of housing. We're in a desperate situation in Ann Arbor. We need more housing. And part of the reason we don't have a lot of housing is because of a history of trying to keep things the way they are. Some of the things that you've heard, saying, I don't want anyone next to me. I don't want to hear a tractor building a house for a family next door to me. It's simply ridiculous. When, you know, in all the years when I was on city council and on planning commission, whatever we wanted to do, I often heard people talk about how the action would diminish property values. Never have I ever seen property values diminished in any neighborhood in Ann Arbor, no matter what happened. I mean, I think you could put a new city dump next to an expensive housing area and it would not diminish the housing value or the property values. When you hear something like it will diminish property values, you're hearing racism. It's a racist history when people think about what their property values are and how bringing in more people and making the community a denser community full of more people that's some sort of negative. It's a racist concept. It's a xenophobic concept. And I think that you ought to continue in what the staff has recommended, which is to remove barriers rather than to put them up. And we need more housing in Ann Arbor, and we need to remove the barriers. Thanks.
Thank you. If anyone else on the line would like to address Planning Commission on this item, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Caller with the phone number ending with 464. Caller with the phone number ending with 464. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hello. This is Linda Brower, 421 3rd Street. I'm not opposed to ADUs, in general. But I really want to warn you against overcompensating in the name of needing more housing. I think the footprint you're considering and the height you're considering is way too big. I think the original concept of an ADU was something quite modest, and I think you're overreaching, and I think that's a bad idea for several reasons. First of all, on a regular city lot, you've already got one whole home. If you put another big concrete footprint on it, you're really impacting things like, you're making more impermeable surface, which is bad for flood risk. You're decreasing the tree canopy. You're going to have to cut all the backyard trees down if you're going to put a bunch of ADUs back there. So just keep it modest. That's what I think you should do. I think you need to balance a lot of different things. And I think I totally support affordable housing. I know we need more of it. But I think that we're trying to do too many simple fixes to try to reach that goal without thinking of the broader context. And some of our solutions for affordable housing are very bad for our 820 goals. And we need to look at everything more holistically. And I don't agree with Ms. Lowenstein and the fear-mongering. I don't think anybody's fear-mongering. I think you can look at examples all over the country where certain the corporatization of housing stock has happened. I get postcards at least twice a month. I own 2 properties in town. They're both modest, although one's on the Old West Side. I get postcards all the time offering cash for my homes. All the time. I don't think people in Burns Park or Ward 2 get that because those are very expensive homes. But modest homes on the Old West Side and elsewhere in the 5th Ward, we get those postcards. And I'm worried you're providing incentives for corporate investors to come into our city. And pretty soon, you're going to have the people in Burns Park and Ward 2 and Ann Arbor Hills, and the rest of the city is going to be a desert of high-priced rental units for middle-class people, and maybe some affordable housing units for, lower income people, and that's it. The income gap between people is going to get worse and worse. I'm just saying you need to look at the unintended consequences of some of these policies you're considering, and I don't think you're doing that yet. Thanks.
Thank you. Again, if anyone would like to address the Planning Commission on this item, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Caller with the phone number ending with 764. Caller with the phone number ending with 764. You can unmute your phone using *6 and address the Planning Commission. Caller with the phone number ending with 764.
Hello?
There you go.
John Floyd, 519 Sunset Road. I don't have a lot to add to the things that have been said about why this is probably not a great idea, but I'd like to add my voice to them. I think the idea of unintended consequences is really worth looking at. I think that this does amount to an effective rezoning of existing lots. I think allowing the ADUs to be legally disconnected from the primary property sounds like it's allowing lot subdivision without going through any process. I think that it's inevitable that separating owner occupancy from these ADUs
is going to lower the number of homeowners in town and going to encourage people who are simply investors to drive the more modest homes. People to outcompete people who are interested in living in the more modest homes out of town. And I think it's going to, as someone else pointed out, continue to exacerbate income disparities in town. I think I myself have gotten cash offers for my home, in the mail and postcards. This is a real thing. I think that it's not fear-mongering. It's people's experience. It's what's happening. And I think that this deserves a lot more attention than it's been getting. I also got a postcard after all the snow had melted, warning me to keep the snow off the sidewalk. That's not your fault, but I think that it should be a marker of the lack of communication this has been. It looks as if it's intended to be a stealth process. I'm not saying that that's in your hearts what you wanted, but that's how it comes off as a city resident. This is an attempt at a stealth rezoning and stealth subdivision and an attempt to remove more modest homes from the owner-occupied market. So thank you for your attention and thank you for your service. I'm sure it's not easy to sit here and have people call up and say they think that you're doing things that are bad. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. If anyone else would like to address the Planning Commission, this is your last chance for this item. We do have one more public comment opportunity. Press *9 on your phone. Give it a minute or less for the lag. All right, I am going to read the proposed motion, which is the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby recommends that the mayor and city council approve the amendments to Chapter 55 zoning, Section 5.15, Table 5.15-2, and Section 5.16.6 accessory uses and structures. Moved by Commissioner Sauvé, seconded by Commissioner Milstein. I welcome discussions, but I think, as having sat at the table at ORC the other day, I think it's helpful to say where did I think staff addressed a little bit the feedback that they got from the four of us. Again, if you're not familiar with the ORC, it is an advisory group just to help staff get a bit of a gut check, a sounding board for things that they bring to all of us. So the owner occupancy requirement, I think there were a couple questions about where this came from and who was asking for this. This was more sort of the law of unintended consequences. And I'll tell you that I am the first one that said I was really torn about that. So I do think that that's something that we should really discuss. In particular, what I didn't like previously was the deed restriction. And I felt like the deed restriction put an undue barrier to owner occupants to actually do it. It's just one more hoop that you had to step through. And so I didn't like that part. But the sense was that those things should go hand in hand, that a owner occupancy requirement and the deed restriction helped make it more enforceable, perhaps. And so my personal sense in this is that we should be lowering the barriers. And so I'm torn, honestly, about the owner occupancy versus versus striking that requirement. But I think that the deed restriction is a step too far. But in terms of who's asking for that, it's Planning Commission. There is no, I don't know. This is pulling from, in my sense, city documents that we have seen there are ongoing challenges with sustainability and affordability, and this is aiming to try to enable that. So I have more list, but if anyone else wants to offer questions, discussions, so Commissioner Sauvé.
Just weigh in case we just go through a ORC chain of thoughts. I asked and am in support of removing the owner occupancy requirement. I'll be very clear up front with that. I think when we talk about carrots and sticks and what we want to see, creating more housing, either renting or ownership, within the city limits, closer for workforce and transit, this is one of the ways that we can do it. And so I think if we get investors doing, these properties too, we're still increasing more units, double rent, 2 rentals instead of 1 home ownership. And I think 85% home ownership in the city is pretty high. If that goes down to 75% because of this impact, I do not think that that's going to impact the character of our town. I think it's going to enable diversity in our town with more people doing workforce housing, more dynamic types of families kind of moving in. And so I'll just say that's where I stand on that issue. And it was part of my request on ORC to see it. And we went back and forth of how to present it tonight. And I'm on the side of it's presented as it is, and that would be my preference.
Commissioner Abrams and then Commissioner Clark.
Yeah. Excuse me. So I also am on ORC, so I can also weigh in a little bit about where my thoughts were. I think I tend to agree with the statements. I think if I have any hesitation this evening, it would be about timing and about making space and time for the appropriate amount of deliberation and debate. But in terms of how I feel about the owner occupancy requirement, I think embedded in the owner occupancy requirement is a, say, position or stance or opinion that that renters are that's kind of anti-renter, that assumes that a renter is a less responsible tenant and a less good steward of their own home, somebody who's invested less in the care of their neighborhood. And I think that that's not a point of view that I hold or one that I would want to endorse. I think that we should, if we're interested in lifting barriers to the construction of ADUs, which I think we are in the pursuit of our goals for affordability and sustainability, I think we need to think about ADUs as other forms of housing. So to subject them to stricter prohibitions or require special authorization that other housing isn't subject to feels like a contradiction. And so if I own if I can rent out my single family home and not live there, I can buy a home and I can rent it. It seems to me that there shouldn't be there isn't an owner occupancy requirement for a single family home, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And so I'm not sure why there would need to be one for an ADU. It seems like the same set of rules should govern both forms of housing. And I think that if lifting the owner occupancy requirement means that more of them get built, which seems to be one of the concerns of some of the voices that we're hearing, that's actually, I think, the goal is to get more of them built. And I also want to say that I think we've heard, if we look in our written communications, I think there's much more balance in the feedback that we're getting from community members about people who really support these changes and people who have concerns and oppose them. I don't think that's what we heard in the public hearing this evening. But I think if we take it as a whole and we also think about the comments from the public that we heard during the working session, I think it was more balanced. And I think that balance, signifies that this is a very complex issue. I think there's a lot to it. And so I do want to have space for enough deliberation so that everybody feels like all of that complexity has been able to be teased out. But generally, I'm beginning from the position of support for removing the owner occupancy and for the ordinance as it's currently written. So not just, there are other changes too, eliminating the parking, et cetera.
Commissioner Clark.
I wanted to mention, it's interesting because we looked into an ADU for my mother-in-law who recently relocated to Ann Arbor. It was something we considered, and turned out all the mentioned, variables made it infeasible. And we actually she bought a condo in town. So effectively it kind of took off a unit out of the market, didn't create a unit. And then, if she is traveling or something like that, part of the year, going back to where she was working before, it'll just be sitting empty for part of the year. So it would have been much more efficient for the housing inventory if we had done the ADU on our property. And I think that's like maybe one of the examples on how this can benefit. And things like, one of the things, the parking restriction is really big, especially for the narrow lots. Like ours, wouldn't be allowed to have double stacked parking, but then with the ADU construction, that would limit us from getting 2 cars parked in there. Or sorry, that was confusing. But yeah, so removing those barriers, I just don't see how there will be a massive flood of these coming in. And like investors, we're going to have investors regardless. I get those postcards too for my house. I've seen several houses on my road get small, modest houses that are kind of at the end of their life cycle, needing some, rehabs. And they are getting redeveloped into very large single-family homes. And if it's taking up the same amount of the lot as a single-family home, I would think that maybe having that ADU there is a better, as if they're going to invest in 2 housing units that can add to the market, I'd rather that than an investor come in and build a very large property. And then also, there's a lot of properties where I feel, another point of consideration is we do attract international and national people that have salaries that are competitive, a lot of people from New York, and where housing isn't super expensive relative to that. So these cash buyers that are coming in investing, I think, again, that's always going to be a thing because we are almost 2 markets operating within. We have this national kind of U of M bubble that's and then our Michigan level of incomes that doesn't align. And so I think the idea of investors might be a little bit, I take a little bit of issue with the idea of especially international investors. We have a huge international community here. We have a lot of people that are coming from abroad that are going to be buying houses. And I question whether it might not be great to categorize them as some kind of a nefarious investor and that we don't really necessarily have any information that guides us on that. And I would be really interested in seeing if that was something that was taking place widespread. But until we have that information, it's hard to take it into consideration.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
As the current 4th ORC member, I can also weigh in on my thought process. Last week, I was in support of removing the owner occupancy requirement. I think this week I'm even more so in favor of removing it. I think Commissioners Abrams and Sauvé said it more eloquently than I can at 11 p.m. But I will mention, I think this is linked from Scott Trudeau and the correspondence we got, but I read through the AARP ADU Model State Act and Local Ordinance document. So that document they actually, I think, originally put out in 2000, so over 20 years ago. And at that time, you guys all changed on me. That really disoriented me. 20 years ago, that document actually recommended owner occupancy, and they changed that over the past couple of years. I think for reasons that we've sort of discussed, it is you're moving that does put more housing stock back into the community. I think there are legitimate issues with financing. Maybe not in Ann Arbor. I'm not an expert, but I think especially having a deed restriction, there could be issues with lending. Portland and Seattle, the examples that were given earlier, I think they also recently removed the owner occupancy requirement, and they saw an increase in ADUs. And again, as has already been mentioned, I think that is the goal of this. I think by having that requirement, it effectively makes it restricts what we're trying to do. If our goal is to construct more ADUs, we should remove the restrictions. If this becomes something that has unintended consequences, I don't see it necessarily happening, but it's always something that we can revisit. But, since this ordinance, 4 years ago, we've only had 23 ADUs built. I think we need to give this a shot to be able to have more diversity in housing stock. I have other things, but for now, I think I'm just gonna leave it as that. That was my thought process. I definitely support removing the owner occupancy requirement.
Commissioner Dish.
I wanted to change the subject a little bit. Not that we can't come back to this, the rationale for removing the owner occupancy requirement, but there have been questions about who profits from ADUs that a lot of the callers raised. But we haven't talked at all about who uses ADUs, who occupies them, who rents them. And one of the illuminating parts of that study that Commissioner Hammerschmidt just mentioned is this little bit about in Vancouver, where I think the data is interesting because there's more of it. Since there's 35% of stock of ADUs, we can actually get a better sense of trends. And so according to a 2018 survey of ADU occupants in Vancouver, 1/3 of ADU occupants had incomes between half and 2/3 of the median household income. So that is serving a significant population. Even at 1/3 of the ADU occupants, that's a significant population of people who probably, almost certainly, cannot afford to buy a house in Vancouver, where they are incredibly expensive. And I think that Vancouver is kind of hemmed in, so exurbs are not as available as in America. In some American cities we can really spread. So that interested me. And of course, the history of ADUs has often been means of elder care. And so I don't know if that's still true. I think, I'm not going to generalize about things I don't understand or haven't gathered data on, but this fact was interesting to me. I don't know, it's late, but I think I do want to say this one thing from previous discussions. And this is, I think, directed towards all of you, because I think you talked about this more before I got on planning. And certainly Mr. Leonard has been working on it more. But so we're trying to remove obstacles to people building ADUs. Absolutely. And what little data we have about what's going on in the US and other cities suggests that removing the owner-occupied requirement would do that. But we're doing this not because we think ADUs are desirable for their own sake, but because we want to advance our goals of increasing the supply of more affordable and diverse types of housings for our residents, not for tourists. So we're looking for a sweet spot on this, as we are in anything where we design premiums or the other things that we do to give people incentives. And so we've prohibited use of ADUs as STRs because using them as STRs works against our affordability and carbon reduction goals. But I think it's worth still asking is whether this prohibition discourages people from creating ADUs at all, because there's an inflexibility. I'm only raising this as a question. I am not trying to advocate anything here. I'm just asking I'm sure you had a rationale for the sweet spot or for your sense that that's not the biggest thing that's preventing people from creating ADUs. So I don't mind if there's not an answer to that, but I'm putting out the question.
You want to take that on, Mr. Chang or Mr. Leonard? Like the rationale for the STR restriction?
Yeah. Well, I'll start by saying the ADU 30-day restriction, I think, was obviously it happened before any regulations around short-term rentals. And from my lens, I can't speak for all the planning commissioners or city council members that adopted the sort of first ADU expansion in 2016, but I think it was towards diversity of housing stock. And I think that putting some minimum floor on how long somebody is in that was attempting to encourage the development of accessory dwelling units for that purpose, not for the sake of accessory dwelling units, but rather to provide a diversity of housing. I'll remind commissioners that part of the conversation at that time was a decreasing family household size in our community and lots of communities with a similarly sized housing stock that used to house greater family sizes. And I think the intention was from a sustainability perspective, this is adding housing on sort of within existing infrastructure networks, proximate to job centers, proximate to existing infrastructures, not building new roads, not building new parking lots, developing housing units generally in a sustainable manner. It is sustainable and ideally reusing that property in a similarly occupancy as may have been used historically but is no longer, and maybe would be affordable, not from the lens that these are going to be restricted by income, but strictly by the goal that if a 600 or 800 square foot unit might be more affordable than a 1,000 or 1,100 square foot unit in the community. It's not to say there won't be expensive ADUs, I'm sure they will, but I think for those reasons, it was all about a diversity of housing stock, and that's where that came from.
If I may, I'm kind of reading the room right now, which is a whole bunch of tired eyes. And I have a list of things that I think we probably, and I also heard from people that we should get through. So I want to put those out there, see if there's any other burning questions, and then move to postpone to a time that is not so many hours past my bedtime, if that's all right with you all. The things I think that, at least on my list, that we need to circle back to are about like the family definition, but also the clarification that someone called in about on like, how does this fit actually with STRs? And I think I know, but I would love staff to kind of weigh in on helping us understand kind of what that was. There's a lot on communication. I want to know what the plan is for the document, Mr. Leonard, that you had, but also like, let's talk about that. Like, what is the options for sending a postcard? I mean, and so those were, and then continuing clearly the discussion of owner occupancy, if others want to weigh in, as well as some of the other changes we haven't discussed very much. And I think it's probably worth discussing this idea of the kind of allowing occupancy within 3 feet of the property line, which is a change from where you could build the primary residence.
But I just want to remind the commission and members of the public, we have right now, that is an opportunity afforded to properties that are R1 or R2A that had an existing accessory structure prior to December 31st, 2016. We could try to bring some more, I will acknowledge we've been trying to get you some more data about what that percentage is. That's been a little bit more challenging for us to tease out of our data, but that's something we can aspire to try to at least frame for the next discussion of that regard. But I just want to be clear that there is some provision of that currently. This would open up that possibility to more properties, but this is not absolutely adding that. That does exist within the context of the current code.
I would also add, just on echoing what Brett just said, if you're in an R1D, your principal structure is 3 feet from the side lot line. If you're in R1C, it's 5 feet. So we're talking 3 or 5 feet in R1C and R1D districts.
And I think just having a discussion of that and like having those examples will be really helpful personally, just so that I can feel like we've talked about it adequately. I saw Commissioner Abrams' hand and Commissioner Lee's hand. No, never mind. Maybe I didn't see your hand. Again, maybe I'm seeing things. Commissioner Lee and then Commissioner Gibrandal.
I just wanted to voice what you just put out there, which is this is obviously a big decision for all of us, and I think it may be appropriate to postpone. I'd be in favor of that. I would, and I think you made a perfect list of things that I had on my questions as well. So robust engagement. Obviously, we've heard quite a few about, we think we've gotten insufficient notice. I also wanted to bring up kind of the ideas of, could there be, built-in premiums and incentives for affordability and environmental sustainability. So if you put on, if you fall, within a certain income range to try and make sure that you're supporting, is there something that we could additionally do? And then the other thing that I wanted to bring up was, and this is anecdotal. Obviously, anecdotes are powerful, but not necessarily generalizable. But another thing is, obviously, you guys have a 21-foot height restriction, but that's not necessarily, one size fits all. So I'm wondering if there's could be some kind of a contextual factor to it. And so I just wanted to throw that out there, just because I do have a close friend who is in a different city, but had a beautiful view. And again, it's not the fact that we don't want to see anything not in our backyards or something along those lines. We do want to see quality in our backyards. So I'm kind of like a big proponent of that. But we want to make sure that it contextually fits. So I wanted to talk about what that potentially could look like. But again, I think this is a huge, obviously, a decision that I would be in favor of postponing. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Commissioner Gibrandel.
Yeah, I would really like to think about that side setback issue too. And that perhaps that for existing structures, it could stay that way. But I think an occupied thing is different than an empty garage. I really do. And that it does change for some of the different zoning districts. So that's something that I think that maybe there's some sort of workaround that allows something like that to happen. And then the other idea is that I would be in favor of the owner occupying thing, like getting rolled out, that we kind of, because I think it's easier for people to take that way, and that it may be more acceptable to people that way, and that we roll it out with it being owner occupied, and then we reevaluate. So that's something that I would support, actually. And yes, postcards I think would be a good thing. I think people need to know about this. I think we need to have a robust discussion. So.
Other Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
I'm going to +1 a lot of the things that you guys mentioned, but yeah, first and foremost, the communication, like we've heard this over and over and over again. I don't know if there have been other ordinances that have impacted like what seems like this big of a swath of the city, but if postcards are not a hard thing to do, I don't know when you would aim to bring this back, but just with clear, at least the website, or just clear, like, this is what is happening, like, join this discussion, like, at least then we can say, like, we did our best. We sent out the postcards. Let's just get as many people aware of this and asking questions as possible. A couple things that I kind of want to circle back on next time. I'm struggling with this, not being able to use the ADU as a short-term rental. If it's owner occupied, I sort of think it's maybe okay. I can see both sides. So this is just something that I'm struggling with that I would like to have a discussion about next time. +2, I think, on the setbacks issue. +1 on those incentives. I was thinking about that too, for sustainability and affordability. I think that would be interesting. I was reading today, Chicago has a pilot ADU ordinance, and there's been a lot of discussion and I think concern about what happens if we eliminate the owner occupancy restriction and all of a sudden there's all these ADUs that are being built 3 feet away from everybody's lot lines. Chicago is, in their pilot program, is capping permits by block. So I don't know if that's anything that had been talked about, like maybe there's an annual number by neighborhood or by ward or something that could be distributed so that they're not, I don't necessarily see this happening, but so that we don't have this like huge influx of ADUs happening all on one street. The thing that the caller brought up that I think Commissioner Mills was talking about like if you build an ADU but you use it for somebody in your family, like effectively you wouldn't necessarily be generating rental income. So like, what are the tax implications of that? Would it still not count as part of your homestead? Because I think, if you rent it out, it does count as, comes off of your homestead exemption. So like, what, because that seems to me like a pretty likely ADU scenario. You want to build, something for a family member and not necessarily charge them rent. So like talking through that, I think that's it. Thank you, Commissioner Mills, for suggesting that we just postpone, because I think this is too important of a thing for us exhausted people to be trying to have a coherent discussion about.
Commissioner Clark.
Sorry, I just have a quick question to make sure I'm understanding right. With the 3 foot on the side setbacks, so my garage is like 3 foot from the setback, so I didn't realize that wasn't like allowed right now. It was like that something had changed or whatever. So is this suggesting that a new foundation could be laid 3 feet from a setback, but that's something that's currently not allowed in R1, 2, and R1, or R1A and R1, 2. Sorry, tired. So I'm just curious about the 3 foot setback of new buildings and like a new foundation.
So to be clear, for accessory buildings, our code requires an accessory building to be 3 feet from the property, the rear and side property lines, and it can't cover more than 35% of the required rear setback. Chris is gonna digitally stomp on my toes if I get anything wrong. If you have as that relates to accessory dwelling units right now, the way the ordinance is structured, that if you're in an R1 and you have a structure that meets those 3 foot setbacks that is over 200 square foot in size, you could either convert that or put an accessory dwelling unit in it, or if it were 2 feet from the property line, you could demolish that and build a new structure 3 feet from the property line, meeting those requirements, and then do an accessory dwelling unit. If you did not have that garage in any of those circumstances as of December 31st of 2016, you are not eligible for a detached accessory dwelling.
Okay.
You are eligible for an addition to your house as an ADU, in your basement, in your somewhere in the interior of your house. That would be eligible, but you would not be eligible for detached. So the 3 foot requirement that's not a new requirement. It is a requirement that we have taken from accessory buildings, which could be a garage or a shed or a variety of other things, and applied that in this case to allow accessory dwelling units to meet the same.
So it's changing a use of an existing structure, but not constructing a brand new structure within 3 feet.
However, this proposed ordinance would open up that possibility of a new structure to properties that didn't have a garage previously.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Anything else that we want to put on the list that we want to make sure we discuss next time around? Commissioner Lee.
I would like clarification on that, the property tax assessment as well as the utility tap fee issue. What does that mean? I think clarity in those guidelines are going to actually help implementation. So I don't want to throw up another complexity with it, but I think that explanation will go a long way for people having very clear expectations of what to expect moving forward. So that would be just my only request. Thank you.
Given the long list that we just laid out, you guys can shoot me daggers with your eyes, but I suggest that we do take this up at the next regular meeting when we don't have anything else on the agenda, so we can talk about it at 7 o'clock rather than 11:30. Sarah?
Is there enough time to do the postcards and everything to so that people know that? Yeah.
So I want to, if I could address that. So if that is a goal, I would need more time to, first of all, see if I can do that. I'm happy to pursue that, and I hope that there's a way we can get there. I frankly don't have that in my budget to just say yes, we will do that. When we are doing ordinance amendments such as this one, while it might have an impact across many properties, it is a text amendment to our zoning ordinance. And by practice, we don't send out postcards to every property owner that might be impacted. Similarly, we did not send out postcards to every property owner when we adopted the Unified Development Code. That was a sort of a more broad adoption of our entire zoning code. But I will definitely pursue that as an option. I would need more time to do that if we were going to do that. I don't think it makes sense. In a 2-week time period, I can't answer that question and get them produced and mailed and sent in enough adequate time for that. I would, based on the comments on this previously, though, I want to highlight that we have done a lot more community engagement on this proposed amendment. We broadly advertised the working session. You'll recall we did the working session a little bit different manner than we typically do, and that was broadly advertised through press releases, social media, our typical planning email deliveries of interested parties, which I think it's like 13 or 14 or 1,500 people, something like that. It was also published, of course. We held that as is typical, every meeting, whether it's the Planning Commission, the Ordinance Revisions Committee, the working session, all agendas are shared to that same email list. And I always encourage anybody who's interested in that, check out the city's website, sign up for planning updates. And then in response to the conversations at Ordinance Revisions Committee meeting, those were raised again. And so in addition to our sort of more routine publication, we did the same thing for this public hearing. We did a press release, we did social media releases, attempting to get that word out broadly. So that's not to say that I won't pursue the postcards. I will be happy to pursue that. If for some reason I can't accomplish it, I will let you know, or choose not to accomplish it, I will let you know. But I would need more time than that 2 weeks to accomplish that for you. So if that is something that the commission really feels strongly about, that should happen, that is atypical from our typical process. That's not to say we can't do it. I would suggest that we target probably the April 6th meeting then for that discussion. Just the other thing I want to, that should still be close. As a reminder, the City Council has asked for a report back on transit zoning. On your work plan, you had identified tackling accessory dwelling units probably before getting into the transit zoning as sort of a prioritization. We do need to attempt to get the transit zoning recommendations to City Council by June of this year. So I would just keep that in mind. I would say that might just start squeezing that time if you want to be faithful to that sort of order.
I'll add into the discussion that the first time back in 2016, there was not a postcard that went out on ADUs. Doesn't mean that doesn't have to this time, but yeah. Commissioner Dish.
I don't know enough about procedure to not need to ask this question, but is there a plan for, so a lot of what was just listed is, I think, really important and great stuff to talk about. Could it not be done at our next work session? Do we have something up for that?
Yeah, if we wanted to do that, I guess I would ask for the commission's desire on what you would like to push back as it relates to either site plan review thresholds or transit zoning.
And among the reasons that I think that we might want to discuss it at a first or third Tuesday is so that we can effectively continue the public hearing. Often when we do this, there's not a substantive change between what we heard today. We didn't ask staff to change anything. So it's the same ordinance. People who have not spoken on that, we would provide an opportunity for them to speak. But if they already spoke on the ordinance that we're discussing, that we haven't finished discussing, they wouldn't make the same comments on it. Like, we wouldn't open it for them. It would be for any new folks is our typical procedure. But because we have a public hearing about this, I think we want to keep it in that track. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think it should stay in a regular meeting because it would be a continuation of the public hearing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean,
I don't know the procedure. That makes sense.
I I would suggest one of two options. Postpone it to March 16th. We will work to get as many of these answers as possible, and we will do the same outreach sort of that we did in advance of this meeting, where we will likely do another press release, social media, email blasts. It would not be postcards to every property owner. If that is desired, I guess I'd appreciate that direction, and I can try to accomplish that. I can't promise it, but I can try to accomplish it. And that would have to be at least April 6th, I think, to provide the adequate time frame for that printing, mailing, and just to provide that, frankly, the time right now in the mailing system for them to get there in advance of the meeting.
Commissioner
So I
Abrams?
would suggest one of those two options.
Abrams and then
I think
Clark.
I would like to know more about whether the postcard is possible before we commit to not doing the postcard.
All right, then
So I think I would be in favor of the April date.
That's
And
fine.
I don't know if that date is already full of other stuff, because I think the goal is to have it on a light agenda, or an agenda where we have time to dig in. Do you know already what's scheduled for then?
So I was considering, depending on working session and ORC discussion in March, I was planning on bringing transit zoning and site plan review thresholds potentially to that meeting. I would likely push one or both of those from that, with that, and I think that makes sense. So if we push to that meeting, then that gives me the flexibility to take the mailing notice as far as I possibly can, based on your desire.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes, I'm just wondering what we would hope to gain from the cards. I mean, I know that public engagement is really important, but this seems like there's been a lot so far, and I was following the ordinance revision meeting, and that had a lot of really useful information, and it's been in discussion for years. And I guess I want to make sure that we're not entering the territory where we're just opinion collecting without kind of doing the synthesizing of we've captured a pretty broad range of input, and I guess I would be curious to see if there was specific, maybe communities that could be, maybe there could be direct outreach to communities that we might think might not have got the electronic messages. Maybe there's senior groups, maybe there's something that we can kind of put the word out that way. But I guess sending a mailer to everyone in the city, to me, seems like, since there isn't it doesn't, I mean, I guess if it did turn out that we've done this in the past for similar things, then I would change my mind. But I just want to make sure that we're not getting in the territory of opinion collecting without analyzing. And kind of, at some point, we kind of have to say we've heard the whole range and just figuring out when that point is.
Commissioner Milstein.
I think if we are going to do any sort of postcard mailing, since we're also going to be looking at T1 zoning, maybe a postcard that announces both T1 and ADUs. Just I think that would just get more people's, get more eyes on it, and more feedback.
Those would be different geographies.
But aren't we looking for T1 zoning for
commercial corridors? I think the ADUs would be residential districts.
Yeah, but I think it's big enough of a change. I mean, why not? Why not? Anything else we have on deck that we could put on the postcard?
We have a site plan coming up.
Commissioner Lee and then Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
I was actually going to say, I think inclusivity is a great thing. My preference would be to actually tackle this and pick this discussion back up on the 16th. I'm sorry, I think it's the 16th.
While it's fresh.
Yeah, I just think that really again, I am always for more engagement, but I think the benefit gained from sending it out, the folks that care about this, I think, are engaged, hopefully, and hopefully they're out to get more meaningful engagement. The postponement is not. I think it's mainly because of the fact that it deserves more of our attention than us, all having work like 16 hours a day. So I'm a favor of just simply saying, can we just table this to March 16th? So that would be my motion. I don't know if that's something I could just make and bring and see how the vote goes.
Commissioner, Mr. Leonard.
Just a member of our audience just sent an email, Ryan Stanton from MLive, that over 50,000 people have read the story that was posted in regards to this. So, I think there's a lot of awareness out there.
Well, it's nice to have those kind of stats.
Yeah.
Thanks for checking your email. Yeah. Thanks for reporting on this too, MLive.
But sorry, there was a motion to postpone to the 16th by Commissioner Lee.
Seconded by Commissioner Sauvé. All right, now we're actually discussing it. I think that's a good idea, like personally. Any other, Commissioner Abrams?
So I would just say, if this proceeds, we will work to advertise this and send out notices and press release. We have our website is active. So by not doing postcards, we will not, it's not that we will not endeavor to share this continuation widely. So I just want to frame that for your consideration.
Commissioner Abrams.
I just wanted to say, I think I've changed my mind. I support that motion.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
I don't not support it. So for me, it's less about getting more engagement, although I'm not saying I don't want engagement. Of course I want engagement, but it's more about like, and it's great, 50,000 people have read the article. That's fantastic. I just want to make sure this could potentially be a thing that like impacts people and they have absolutely no idea. Like, I think I'd be okay bringing this back to the next one in 2 weeks, but I would still like to explore doing a postcard, even if it's more just like a, hey, this is changing. I mean, it will go to city council, right? Throw the T1 thing on there for the 20,000 people that are getting the postcard. I think it's good to have multiple levels of outreach. People clearly got the snow removal postcards and read them. If it's at all a possibility, I just don't see the harm in still trying to do a postcard.
I agree with both of these things. I would like to talk about this personally on the 16th, but I think a postcard that goes out before it gets to council, because it has to go to council, would still be beneficial. And if the postcard is like, look at all these things that those crazy planning commissioners are doing.
And that you can do in your own backyard.
And that you can do in your own backyard. Look at that. And do you know about these STR regulations? Yeah. Any other discussion of this? So what we're discussing, postponing this to 2 weeks from today. There won't be a postcard 16th. That goes out before that. Right. March 16th. Okay, we can vote. We can just all in favor of that that postponement, and then we're done discussing that for now. We will talk about it in 2 weeks. And as we discussed, so you can tell your friends, if they called in and talked about it this time around, it won't have changed between now and then. So they can still provide a public comment at the end of the meeting, but we'll have a public hearing. We'll continue the public hearing for anyone who didn't have a chance to speak today. That's our normal process, right, Mr. Leonard?
That was historically, but you had, as a commission, had evolved that to just open up public hearing generally. So it's
okay.
It's kind of at your discretion. So, okay. I mean, if the intention is voices, at this point, we'll probably only have one item. If folks wanted to repeat, I don't see the harm personally, but I'll leave that. It's the commission's discretion.
Okay. We are now back to public comment. We are still on, so that was postponed. We're on number 10, which is public comment. This is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about any item of interest. Public comment can be made by calling 877-853-5247 and then entering meeting ID 929-1620-2435. You can raise your hand by pressing *9 on your phone, and Mr. Leonard will let you know when it's your turn to speak.
Caller ending with 556. You have 3 minutes to address the point.
Hi, this is Ralph McKee, 1116 Red Oak. I wanted to comment about the affordability issue with respect to ADUs. There was a number of comments that still, I think, are perpetrating a fiction here. And there were a number of comments about what it would cost to build one. One caller said 200,000. I heard some other numbers around that same zone. I think that's probably accurate. Think about what that means. If you've got a $200,000 thing, presumably you got to pay some loan interest, maybe some other fees. It's a little higher than that. If you're going to get if you're a landlord, you're going to want 10% return. If that means 21 grand or something like that net, your expenses are maybe some money for property management, maybe some minor repairs, maybe you got to pay the property taxes on that. That's 50 mils at 100 grand. That's maybe another 5. That's $27,000 gross that you have to get. That's $2,250 a month before utilities. Anybody who wants to call that affordable is just delusional, in my view. And that's what you're getting. So, this whole concept, and the reason I raised the math, the same thing happened with affordability with respect to the quadplex idea back in A20. In the original plan, it said, oh, this will enhance affordability. I did the same kind of math, and then Missy Stoltz, to her credit, backed off and said, oh, I guess it isn't. So it's really bothersome when you're assuming that this is going to create affordability when in fact it is not. It just isn't. That's the math. You've got plenty of real estate professionals here. My math may be, there's pieces of it you can quibble about what the individual numbers were, what the percentages are, but somebody has to do this math that's in a position of making a decision before you start announcing that this is per se affordable, because that's just wrong. Unless I'm completely off base on the math, and it's late at night, maybe I made an error. It's certainly possible, but I don't think so. And I think that needs to be a focus of what you're doing. You cannot deal with these items in the abstract all the time. The same principles apply to transit-oriented development and all of these other concepts. Please, before you start bandying the word affordability around, that you really think about whether that really exists. The whole item in Vancouver and all that, I get that. Maybe a bunch of people, more units were put up, but if they were all high-end rent, who cares? It's not affordable. Sorry, that's all I have.
Thank you. There are 10 people that are still on the line. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand just so that we can get you in the queue. And you do that by pressing *9.
Caller with the phone number ending with 326. Caller with the phone number ending with 326. You can unmute your phone and address the Planning Commission.
Hello, yeah, this is Jeff Crockett calling again. I am sincerely hoping that because you delayed, you're re-looking at this in a couple weeks, that enforcement of this ordinance becomes one of the discussion points. It makes no sense to have an ordinance like this that is very complicated without any enforcement plan. The other thing I want to mention is that planning, there's a lot of stuff going on in the city that involves monitoring and involves enforcement. At the same time, you've got a budget crisis where you're talking about making 5% cuts in departments. In light of all the additional load on enforcement, Does this mean that you're going to cut the enforcement that goes along with all these new initiatives? It needs to be discussed. So thank you, but I certainly hope that enforcement will be on the agenda for your next meeting. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Caller ending with the phone number. Caller with the phone number ending with 534. Caller with the phone number ending with 534. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Tom Stolberg again. There's some points that were raised that are worth further discussion. One from another caller, I believe it was Ralph McKee earlier on his first call in, was focusing on the setbacks. So we can recognize that an existing setback for a garage is 3 feet, and that is an accessory structure. But that doesn't mean that accessory dwellings, so old ones can be converted into accessory dwelling unit, fine. But it doesn't mean all new accessory dwellings have to be adhering to that same 3-foot standard. You could set a completely different standard. You don't have to have it all the way back to the rear yard 3 feet. And I understand there's some practical issues, so it might not be all the way to 3 feet in the rear yard, but it could be on the side pretty easily. And, Ralph suggested some different numbers, but at least have a conversation about it, because it doesn't have to match the 3 feet. And the other thing that I'd really like to think again about is what the impact of this is. I do not agree that we should simply say, oh, we want more ADUs and that's the goal. That's not a goal. That doesn't serve any purpose. It's just, something on a board to point to. What are our community goals? And this really will we'll have more rental units and less owner-occupied units. And particularly, it'll be homeowners who are trying to buy at the lower end who are going to be outbid by investors. And the investors will pay cash, and the home buyers on the lower end of the market will be shut out of being able to buy. And the price of the bottom end of the market is going to also be driven up dramatically. So that exacerbates the problem and, multiplies the number of people who want to buy a modest home, whatever that is. It's a relative number in Ann Arbor or Vancouver or wherever you are. But whoever those people are trying to buy at the modest end of the market will be beaten out by investors. And then they will move to buy a home somewhere else on the outskirts of town or Whitmore Lake or wherever they might go to find a place to buy a house and then commute back into town. So there really is an impact to what we're doing, and it is more important than just saying, well, we only have 23 ADUs and we want to have 100. Well, and I gave you an example of a way to get a way more density in the near downtown area by doing something completely different. I can't make you contemplate that, and it's not on the agenda tonight, but there's better ways to do what you're trying to do than the way you're doing it.
Thank you.
Caller with a phone number ending with 764. Caller with the phone number ending with 764. Unmute your phone, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello? Yes, I thought the suggestion made by one of the commissioners, I've forgotten which one, about having a pilot program was brilliant. It allows the community to get used to the idea and see what the impact is, and see if it really does drive homeowners out of town, and see if it really does affect the low end of the market. And it gives people a chance to get used to what these dwellings would look like next door to them. It's a great idea, and I hope you pursue it. Thank you.
Thank you. The callers on the line, if you'd like to make public comment, please press *9 to indicate that.
Caller with the phone number ending with 309. Caller with the phone number ending with 309. You can unmute your phone and address the Planning Commission.
We can hear you.
Hi, I was trying to call in to the
Oh,
SDR.
no, we can't hear you. Actually, your audio just went not so great.
Okay. Hold on.
You want to try again?
Hello?
Nope.
Hello? Hello?
No, we can hear you that you're saying hello, but it sounds like you're talking through a tin can.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I tried to call in earlier with the STR conversation. I'm going to turn my volume down on the TV. And they took off the phone number and I couldn't get in there. I just wanted to say that a couple people were saying you were waiting for data on the SDRs, and they actually had a consultant who the city spent thousands of dollars on, and we did get data. We got data on the number of current STRs, and if anything, it's gone down from 2019 and 20 because of the COVID situation. Mr. Leonard said there were 1,000 units, but there were actually, from everything I read, it was 131 non-owner occupied units that they identified, and there were 50,000 housing units in Ann Arbor. So I don't really see it as a huge, pushing the affordability issue. So that's the main thing I wanted to say. I just wanted to say that there has been data. There's been 3 public meetings. This has been going on for like 18 months since fall of 2019. This isn't anything, that's just been started happening. This has been ongoing. And we do have data on this. This isn't, so I'm a little tired, but that's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you very much. Anyone else would like to address us during public comment? You can press *9 to raise your hands.
Caller with the phone number ending with 464. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Oh, hi, this is Linda Brower. I want to thank you for considering doing this postcard thing. I think that's a really good faith effort. I just have a general comment. I really appreciate it. I think it was Commissioner Gibbs Randall and maybe Commissioner Milstein who specifically spoke to a desire to look at things in a broader context. I think they were talking about that in regard to the STRs, but it applies to the ADUs as well. And I would encourage all of you to try to do that more. I think a lot of the decisions are made in silos, and it's really important to look at the whole context, and really, really important to look at potential unintended consequences. Some of the previous speakers tonight on both topics talked about what some of those potential unintended consequences could be, not necessarily, but could be. And I think it's important as planning commissioners that you look at those with an objective eye and not narrowly focus, okay, we want 200 ADUs because supposedly it'll make housing more affordable, but look at the broader context and see what the unintended consequences could be, because they could be devastating. And the only other thing I want to say, I think it was Commissioner Milstein who asked why the STR thing in particular was thrown, was put on the Planning Commission kind of at the last minute. And I believe, just from watching the City Council meetings and the discussions on this previously, I believe it was because so many of the current operators of non-owner occupied STRs in residential districts threatened to sue the city. And that's why Mayor Taylor decided he wanted you guys to look at how you can grandfather it in. And I hope Mr. Leonard or Councilmember Dish will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the reason it ended up in your lap. Thank you very much. I think it was a very thoughtful discussion tonight, and I appreciate everybody doing it.
Thank you. The callers that are left on the line, If you'd like to address Planning Commission, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Seeing none.
All right. Item 11 is commission proposed business. I don't have any.
I've got a list I want to go.
No more list for me tonight. All right. Item 12 is adjournment. Moved by Commissioner Abram, seconded by Commissioner Dish. All in favor, please say aye or raise their hand. Thank you all so much for being here tonight and for your thoughtful conversation.
You guys are awesome. Thank you. Have a good night, guys.
Have a good